First principles. What if everything you've ever believed about problem-solving, decision-making, or innovation was just a remix of someone else's thinking? What if true breakthroughs, personal or professional, came only when you stripped everything away and started from scratch? This is the power of first principles thinking. It's not just another technique, it's a mental revolution. First principles thinking forces you to stop leaning on borrowed logic, assumptions, or the way it's always been done, and instead rebuild your understanding from the ground up. First principles thinking is one of the most powerful mental models for understanding reality. It allows you to cut through surface-level assumptions, zero in on the fundamental truths of any problem, and construct new solutions that aren't bound by conventional thinking. While most people rely on analogies or mimic existing patterns, first principles thinkers ask, what do I know to be undeniably true? What are the raw, foundational elements that cannot be broken down any further? Let's break this down with an everyday example. Imagine you want to eat healthier. The common approach is to follow trending diets, copy a meal plan from a fitness influencer, or rely on vague advice like cut carbs or go vegan. But first principles thinking asks something deeper. What does my body fundamentally require to operate well? Answer: proteins for muscle repair, vitamins and minerals for cellular function, carbohydrates and fats for energy, and water for hydration. With those elements in mind, you can begin constructing a diet that suits your lifestyle preferences and goals without needing to blindly follow someone else's blueprint. Elon Musk is often cited as a master of first principles thinking. Instead of accepting that building rockets must cost hundreds of millions of dollars, he asked, what are the raw materials that make up a rocket? When he priced those out, he realized rockets could be built for a fraction of traditional costs. That insight led to the birth of SpaceX and its revolutionary approach to aerospace. This method of reasoning changes how you approach health, business, finance, creativity, relationships, everything. It trains you to question what others take for granted. It helps you stop copying and start understanding. That difference is massive. When you understand why something works, you gain leverage. You can apply that insight in new contexts, innovate beyond what currently exists, and avoid being trapped by outdated rules. First principles thinking isn't about being a rebel for the sake of rebellion. It's not contrarianism, it's clarity. It's the difference between navigating life with a map someone handed you and drawing your own map by observing the terrain firsthand. While this kind of thinking won't make all your choices easier, it will make them more grounded. And in a world filled with noise, bias, and bandwagon thinking, clarity is one of the most valuable tools you can have. Second-order thinking. Some choices seem like quick wins till you feel the consequences later. That's where second-order thinking comes in. It's the art of looking beyond the obvious, beyond the immediate outcome, and asking, what happens next, and after that, and then? Second-order thinking is about anticipating the ripple effects of a decision, not just its surface result. It separates those who react from those who think ahead. Take this example. A company lowers its prices to attract more customers. First-order thinking says, great, more people will buy. But second-order thinking probes deeper. What if the lower prices shrink profits? What if it triggers a price war with competitors? What if customers begin associating your brand with being cheap, eroding long-term trust and value? Now zoom into personal life. Suppose you stay up all night to finish a work project. First-order thinking celebrates hitting the deadline. Second-order thinking considers the cost. Will you be sluggish tomorrow? Will your judgment be impaired in a meeting? Could that fatigue snowball into more missed details and even bigger consequences? One reason poor decisions happen is because people only think in one step. That's how governments pass policies with disastrous side effects. It's how businesses launch products that backfire. It's how people make personal choices that sabotage their long-term goals. They look for quick gratification or relief, but ignore the next chain of consequences. Second-order thinking doesn't require genius-level IQ. It just requires the habit of asking, and then what? Repeat that question several times. Trace the logical path. Think in layers. This mental model helps you avoid common traps, whether in finance, leadership, health, or relationships. It encourages you to pause before acting and map the terrain that lies ahead, not just the road in front of you. Circle of competence. Knowing what you know is powerful, but knowing what you don't know, that's even more valuable. The circle of competence model teaches that you should identify the areas where your knowledge is strong and stick to those when making critical decisions. The danger isn't ignorance, it's thinking you know more than you actually do. We all have a personal circle where our experience, training, and understanding give us an edge. Maybe you're great at coding, managing people, understanding nutrition, or analyzing markets. Staying inside that circle allows for confident decision-making and high performance. Problems begin when people step outside their competence without realizing it. A tech-savvy entrepreneur might try to manage finances without proper experience. A celebrity might endorse medical advice without the background to understand its effects. These missteps often don't come from stupidity, they come from overconfidence. It's important to note, your circle of competence is not fixed. You can expand it through study, feedback, and experience. But the first step is being honest about where it currently is. This honesty lets you say, "I don't know," when needed, which prevents costly errors. It also helps you know when to seek help or defer to experts. The most successful people are not those who pretend to know everything. They are those who understand where their expertise ends and who make deliberate efforts to stay within or carefully grow that zone. Thought experiments. Some of the greatest breakthroughs in history started not in a lab, but in the mind. Thought experiments are mental simulations where you imagine a scenario to test logic, explore consequences, or reveal contradictions. They allow you to experiment without tools, budgets, or risk. Einstein imagined riding alongside a beam of light before he ever published theories about relativity. Schrödinger imagined a cat that was both alive and dead to illustrate quantum weirdness. These ideas weren't tested with equipment, they were tested in imagination. You don't have to be a physicist to use thought experiments. Suppose you're considering a risky decision, quitting your job to start a business. A thought experiment could involve visualizing what happens if things go wrong. How would you recover? What support would you need? Then reverse it. What if everything goes right? What would success look like 1 year in? In ethics, the trolley problem is a classic thought experiment that forces people to weigh one life against many. In business, you might simulate how a customer reacts to a new policy. In relationships, You might mentally test how your words or actions might be received before saying them out loud. Thought experiments sharpen your mind. They help clarify gray areas and prepare you for possible futures. They don't always give perfect answers, but they do strengthen your reasoning muscles. Probabilistic thinking. In an uncertain world, few things are 100% certain. Yet we're wired to want binary outcomes. Yes, no, win, lose, right, wrong. Probabilistic thinking cuts through that false clarity by asking a different question. How likely is it? This way of thinking recognizes that almost every decision is a bet on outcomes, people, and timing. Whether you're investing money, launching a project, or deciding to move cities, there's always a range of possible outcomes. Probabilistic thinking helps you navigate that fog. Imagine the weather forecast says there's a 30% chance of rain. Most people act like it's either definitely raining or not. But the smart thinker sees that 3 out of 10 times it rains and plans accordingly. In business, you might assess a product launch as having a 70% chance of success. That's a good bet, but if it fails, that doesn't mean the decision was bad. It means you understood the odds and accepted the risk. Over time, consistent decisions based on favorable probabilities tend to yield better results than chasing perfection. Probabilistic thinking also helps manage emotion. You'll avoid overreacting to rare events or blaming yourself when something unlikely happens. You'll understand that good decisions can sometimes lead to bad outcomes, and vice versa. It's not about eliminating uncertainty, it's about becoming fluent in it. It means thinking in bets, managing risk, and embracing the shades of gray that define real life. Over time, this mindset doesn't just make you a better thinker, it makes you more resilient in the face of chaos. Inversion. Most people try to solve problems by focusing on what to do. They ask, how can I succeed? How can I be happy? What should I do next? But inversion flips the problem on its head and asks, what should I avoid? What would cause failure? What would make me miserable? Inversion is powerful because it's often easier to see pitfalls than solutions. Instead of blindly walking towards success, it helps you eliminate obvious mistakes and remove friction from your path. Want to be healthy? Inversion asks, what destroys health? Lack of sleep, poor diet, chronic stress, and works backward. Want a strong relationship? Inversion focuses on what erodes trust, dishonesty, lack of presence, poor communication. By identifying failure scenarios first, you often gain a clearer, more actionable understanding of what to do next. Success isn't just about doing more of the right thing. It's also about avoiding what derails progress. Inversion isn't negative thinking, it's strategic awareness. Occam's razor. When faced with multiple explanations, we often reach for the most exciting or dramatic one. Maybe it's because of storytelling instincts or a deep desire for meaning. But Occam's razor cuts through complexity with a simple reminder. The explanation with the fewest assumptions is most likely the correct one. For instance, if your phone suddenly stops working, one might imagine a software failure, a virus, or some unknown technical glitch. But Occam's razor asks, did you charge it? Did it fall? Could it just be frozen and need a restart? More often than not, the simplest fix is the right one. This model helps us avoid conspiracy thinking, overcomplication, and wasted time. It doesn't mean complexity is never the answer. but it urges us to rule out the obvious before chasing exotic ideas. In business, medicine, and daily life, simplicity is often smarter than sophistication. Hanlon's razor. If someone ignores your message, shows up late, or makes a mistake, the default human instinct is to assume malice. They're rude, they don't respect me. But Hanlon's razor urges a pause. Never attribute to malice what can be explained by ignorance, forgetfulness, or error. Most people aren't out to get you. They're busy, distracted, or dealing with their own problems. Hanlon's razor helps reduce unnecessary drama, anxiety, and misunderstanding. It encourages empathy without naivety, giving others the benefit of the doubt until evidence says otherwise. This mental model is especially powerful in relationships and teams. Instead of reacting defensively, it allows room for curiosity and clarification. It improves communication, softens ego-driven responses, and builds psychological safety. Fewer assumptions lead to better outcomes. The map is not the territory. We rely on models, charts, frameworks, labels, GPS maps to simplify reality. But these are representations, not the full truth. The model is never the thing itself. For instance, reading a resume gives you some facts about a person, but not their character, integrity, or energy. A business dashboard tells you revenue numbers, but not employee morale. A food label lists ingredients, but not how the dish tastes. This model teaches humility. It warns us against mistaking convenience for completeness. It's a reminder to stay grounded in the real world, to touch, observe, ask, explore, rather than rely solely on abstractions. The deeper message: always validate theory with reality. Relativity: no perception exists in a vacuum. What seems fair, painful, exciting, or boring depends on your position, past, expectations, and emotions. This is relativity not in the physics sense, but as a model for human perspective. If you've been working long hours, a single quiet evening feels luxurious. To someone resting all week, the same evening might feel dull. If you earn $50,000, someone making $100,000 seems rich. But if you make $500,000, that same $100,000 may feel like pocket change. Understanding relativity helps build empathy, reduce unnecessary comparison, and make better judgments. It reminds us that many conflicts stem not from facts, but from differences in context and lens. What's common sense to you might be nonsense to someone else, not because they're wrong, but because they're standing in a different place. Reciprocity: you hold the door for someone. They smile and say thank you. You help a friend move into a new apartment. Weeks later, they offer to lend a hand when you're in a bind. These may seem like small, everyday gestures, but they're powered by something deep and fundamental: the principle of reciprocity. Reciprocity is the idea that people tend to respond in kind. If we're treated with generosity, respect, or kindness, we often feel an internal pull to return the favor. If someone is cold or dismissive, we may mirror that behavior too. It's not always conscious, but it's powerful. This give-and-take loop forms the foundation of how people connect, cooperate, and create mutual understanding. At its essence, reciprocity is about balance. It encourages fairness and fosters trust. It turns strangers into friends and transforms individual actions into a collective rhythm. Businesses lean into this principle when they offer free trials, samples, or generous return policies, not just to be nice, but because they know people often feel inclined to reciprocate. A leader who treats their team with respect and consistency often earns deep loyalty in return. That's reciprocity at work, not as a tactic, but as a natural exchange. But it goes further than strategy. Reciprocity is a lens through which we can choose to approach the world. When you initiate generosity without keeping score or demanding something back, you're shaping your surroundings. You're setting a tone. Whether it's kindness, patience, or help, these acts ripple, not always directly and not always immediately, but often enough that the impact becomes clear over time. Reciprocity is also a safeguard against bitterness. In a world where outcomes aren't always fair, where help doesn't always come back around, this principle gives you agency. You can choose to give first. You can decide to model the energy you want to see in others. And more often than not, others will mirror it, sometimes in surprising ways. It's not about being naive. It's about recognizing that your actions influence the systems you're part of. Whether it's a friendship, a workplace, or a community, reciprocity helps strengthen the ties that hold things together. It's not a transaction, it's a signal, a culture, a shared rhythm of contribution. In a noisy world where everyone's focused on getting ahead, reciprocity reminds us that giving often leads, not because you expect something back, but because it builds the kind of environment worth being part of. You can't control how others will respond, but you can choose what to give, and often that's enough to change everything. Thermodynamics. At first glance, thermodynamics sounds like a dense science term meant for labs, engineers, or textbooks. But in reality, its principles are woven into nearly every moment of your life, from the warmth of your coffee mug to the way your body feels after a workout. Thermodynamics is the silent language of energy. It explains why things change, how systems survive, and why some processes are irreversible. At its core, thermodynamics is about energy, how it moves, transforms, and gradually becomes less useful. The first law tells us that energy can't be created or destroyed. It simply changes form. Food becomes fuel for your body. Fuel becomes motion in a car. Electricity powers your phone, which then emits heat while running. The amount of energy in the system stays the same, but how usable it is. That's where things get interesting. That's where the second law of thermodynamics comes in, the law of entropy. Entropy is the tendency for systems to move toward disorder. It's why your room gets messier over time without effort. It's why a hot cup of tea cools down if left untouched. It's not impossible to maintain order, but doing so requires consistent energy. That's the catch. Energy degrades. Once it's spread out, scattered, or turned into low-grade heat, it becomes harder to harness again. This principle is why perpetual motion machines are impossible, why engines overheat, why humans need to keep eating, resting, and recovering. Every action has a cost. Every system leaks energy. Entropy is relentless, a universal tug toward chaos. But thermodynamics doesn't just govern physical systems. It echoes across economies, cities, even relationships. Any system from a nation to a friendship requires energy to stay coherent. Communication, effort, attention. These are inputs that keep things from unraveling. The moment that input stops, disorder begins to creep in. Understanding thermodynamics changes the way you view stability. It teaches that nothing maintains itself passively. It's not pessimistic, it's practical. Order, health, progress, all of these require constant input. They demand attention, maintenance, and intention. That doesn't mean everything is destined to fall apart. It means you have to feed the systems you want to last. Thermodynamics isn't just about machines or equations, it's about life. It helps you see that effort isn't a sign of failure, it's the price of stability. And when you understand how energy flows, transforms, and escapes, you begin to recognize the invisible battle behind everything that stays in place and everything that doesn't. Inertia, you're curled up on the couch. You know you should go for a run, start that project, clean the kitchen, but you stay put. The longer you wait, the harder it feels to move. Then, finally, you push yourself up, take a few steps, and suddenly, the momentum builds. 10 minutes in, and you're moving. That's inertia not just in physics, but in life. In its most basic form, inertia is the resistance to change. In physics, a still object stays still. A moving object keeps moving unless something acts on it. But beyond the science, this principle shows up in our routines, our habits, even in entire organizations. Inertia explains why starting feels hard, why changing feels heavier than continuing, and why momentum is everything. Think about a train at rest. Getting it to move requires an enormous amount of energy. But once it's going, it takes far less effort to keep it in motion. Humans are similar. Starting a new habit, ending a bad one, breaking a pattern, all of it requires a push. And often, the resistance we feel isn't about the task itself, it's about overcoming the weight of stillness. Inertia also hides in systems. A company with outdated processes resists innovation. A social group stuck in old routines avoids change. The longer something has been moving in a certain direction or sitting in place, the more force it takes to steer it somewhere new. That's why transformation, whether personal or collective, demands both effort and patience. But here's the good news. Inertia doesn't just resist change, it also protects it. Once you've pushed through that initial resistance, inertia can work for you. A healthy habit, once established, becomes hard to break. A project, once in flow, gathers speed. A cultural shift, once adopted, gains its own momentum. The same force that once held you back starts to carry you forward. That's why starting is often the most important and the hardest step. It's not that you lack motivation, it's that you're fighting the physics of your own patterns. But even a small push, 5 minutes of writing, one phone call, one honest conversation, can be enough to tip things. And once motion begins, progress becomes easier. Not effortless, but easier. Inertia teaches a quiet truth. Beginnings are uphill. But once you get moving, you don't have to fight gravity alone. Whether it's creativity, health, change, or growth, inertia is the invisible force that either slows you down or carries you forward. Learn to overcome it early, and it might just become one of your greatest allies. Friction and viscosity. Every time you push a chair and it grinds, instead of sliding smoothly, you're experiencing friction. And every time you try to pour honey and it moves at a snail's pace, you're dealing with viscosity. These two forces, friction and viscosity, might seem like minor inconveniences, but they reveal something profound about the nature of resistance in the world around us. They slow things down, yes, but they also shape how things move, connect, and stay under control. Friction is the force that resists motion between two solid surfaces. Slide a book across a desk, and friction pushes back. It's the reason tires grip the road, and why you don't slide off your chair. Without it, you couldn't walk, drive, or even hold a pencil. Yet friction is a double-edged sword. While it adds stability, too much of it becomes a drag, literally. Machines overheat, energy is lost, surfaces wear down. Engineers constantly battle this trade-off, trying to reduce friction where it's inefficient and increase it where it's essential. Viscosity, on the other hand, deals with fluids. It's the internal resistance of a liquid to flow. Water, with its low viscosity, pours effortlessly. Syrup, with high viscosity, moves slowly and thickly. In industrial systems, this distinction matters a lot. Pumping oil or coolant through pipelines requires precise control of viscosity in some cases. You want low resistance for speed. In others, like lubricants or medical gels, high viscosity gives the grip and texture you need. Viscosity isn't inherently good or bad. It depends on the goal. Beyond physics, friction and viscosity show up everywhere, in design, in systems, in human behavior. In digital products, user friction refers to anything that slows down the user experience. Extra steps, long forms, unclear instructions. Too much of it, and users abandon the process. Too little, and you risk losing structure, clarity, or intentionality. The same idea applies in organizations. Friction might be inefficient meetings or old procedures that no longer serve a purpose. But it can also be healthy, a form of necessary resistance that forces better decisions or prevents chaos. Social friction operates in much the same way. It's that awkward pause before asking a difficult question. It's the unspoken tension that signals when boundaries are being crossed. Too much social friction can make collaboration exhausting, but some of it is vital. It helps define roles, respect, and limits. Likewise, interpersonal viscosity, the emotional thickness in relationships, can slow things down, but it also creates depth, nuance, and stronger bonds. So what's the takeaway? Neither friction nor viscosity is the enemy. They are forces to be understood, balanced, and managed. Sometimes, speeding things up requires reducing resistance, clearing the path. Other times, slowing things down is exactly what creates safety, control, and quality. Whether you're building a machine, writing code, managing a team, or navigating a relationship, the trick is knowing when to smooth the surface and when to add a little grip. Velocity. Velocity isn't just about speed, it's about speed with purpose. It's the difference between running aimlessly and running toward a finish line. In physics, velocity measures not only how fast something moves, but also the direction it's moving in. It's what allows scientists to map planets, track airplanes, and calculate how far an object will travel. But this idea isn't confined to science. It's a powerful lens through which to view effort, productivity, and progress in everyday life. Think of a rocket launch. It's not enough for the rocket to go fast. It has to go fast in the right direction. A slight change in angle can be the difference between a perfect orbit and a disastrous crash. In that sense, speed is only half the equation. Direction is everything. The same holds true in work and life. A business that's scaling rapidly without a clear mission might implode under the weight of its own confusion. A person who's constantly busy, checking boxes, responding to emails, jumping from task to task, might still feel like they're going nowhere. Velocity forces a different kind of evaluation. It asks, are you moving toward something? Are your actions aligned with your goals? Without direction, motion becomes noise, activity that looks impressive but doesn't lead anywhere. That's why increasing your velocity isn't just about working faster. It's about clarifying your target, eliminating detours, and making sure that your energy is pushing in the right direction. Improving velocity often begins with subtraction, not addition, removing distractions, cutting unnecessary tasks, saying no to projects that don't align. Then, once the path is clear, you can accelerate, streamline your processes, automate what's repetitive, break big goals into smaller, actionable steps. Direction plus focus is what unlocks real velocity and real progress. This principle shows up in creative work, too. An artist who experiments endlessly but never finishes a piece may feel stuck. A writer with 100 open drafts but no completed manuscript has motion but not velocity. It's the clarity of purpose that fuels forward momentum. In sports, it's not just how fast a player moves, it's how they move in relation to the game. In leadership, it's not just activity, it's intentional, strategic movement that creates change. Velocity is also a form of discipline. It's easy to confuse motion with progress, especially in fast-paced environments. But velocity insists on a deeper question. Is your speed serving your goal, or just keeping you busy? It invites you to pause, realign, and then move with more precision. Because when speed and direction converge, the results are powerful. In a world overflowing with options, tasks, and noise, velocity is a compass. It ensures that your movement matters, that you're not just running fast, you're running toward something that matters. And that's the kind of momentum that lasts. Leverage. Imagine pushing a heavy object with just one finger and it moves. That's leverage. A small force, applied in the right way, creates a large effect. In physics, this is mechanical leverage, the principle behind seesaws, pulleys, and gears. But leverage doesn't stop with machines. It's a powerful mental model that applies across life, work, strategy, and innovation. Used well, it lets you do more with less and achieve outsized results with limited effort. At its simplest, leverage is about amplification. A well-positioned lever can lift a massive weight. Similarly, a well-timed idea, decision, or investment can change everything. Think of a software developer who builds a tool that's used by millions. Their effort is fixed. They write the code once, but the impact grows exponentially. Or an investor who backs the right startup early and sees 100-fold return. Or a leader who sets a clear vision that aligns and energizes an entire team. All of these are examples of non-physical leverage, where small actions have massive reach. Leverage comes in many forms. There's financial leverage, using borrowed capital to magnify gains or losses. There's labor leverage, using teams, systems, or delegation to scale beyond individual capacity. There's technological leverage, using tools, automation, or platforms to extend your influence and productivity. There's even intellectual leverage, using insight, creativity, or strategy to solve big problems in elegant ways. But leverage isn't just a shortcut, it's a responsibility, because just as it can amplify success, it can magnify failure. A bad decision made at scale has a far larger impact than one made in isolation. That's why leverage demands foresight, caution, and systems thinking. You have to consider second-order effects, the unintended consequences that ripple outward. What seems like a shortcut now might create long-term risk if not managed well. To use leverage effectively, you need two things: understanding and timing. Understanding the system you're influencing, where pressure applied will make the biggest difference. And timing your action, striking when conditions make the impact most meaningful. It's not about doing more. It's about doing the right few things that create a cascade of results. In creative work, leverage might mean writing one powerful article that gets widely shared, rather than 10 forgettable ones. In health, it might mean changing one key habit that affects sleep, mood, and energy all at once. In leadership, it might mean hiring one right person who elevates the performance of everyone around them. Leverage isn't magic, it's math multiplied by insight. It's the principle that effort doesn't have to scale linearly with outcome. And in a world where time is limited and attention is fragmented, leverage is what allows individuals and small teams to create results that seem impossible. If you learn to spot it and use it wisely, leverage becomes not just a tool, but a force. Activation energy. Starting is often the hardest part. You know the feeling: you're sitting on the couch, gym clothes on, shoes nearby, but your body just won't budge. Or you're staring at a blank page, fingers hovering above the keyboard, unsure how to begin. That invisible wall keeping you still. That's activation energy, the hidden barrier that holds everything back until enough force is applied to break through. In chemistry, activation energy is the minimum energy required to start a reaction. Two molecules could be perfectly compatible, poised to combine into something new. But unless enough energy is added to reach that threshold, nothing happens. It's like trying to light a campfire. You can have all the wood stacked and dry, but without the spark, it remains a pile of potential. This scientific concept translates seamlessly into everyday life. Think of the moments when you're fully aware of what needs to be done: cleaning your space, starting an assignment, making that important phone call, but instead, you scroll, stall, or second-guess yourself. The task itself might not even be difficult once you're in it. The real obstacle is just getting started. That moment of hesitation, that internal resistance, is your real opponent. And interestingly, once you break through, the energy required often drops dramatically. You lace up your running shoes and take the first few steps. Suddenly, your body kicks in, and the run feels natural. You write a single sentence, and ideas begin to flow. You pick up one item off the floor, and before you know it, the entire room is clean. The process becomes self-sustaining, like a chemical reaction that keeps going once it's begun. Why is this so powerful to understand? Because it reframes procrastination. It's not always laziness or a lack of motivation, it's physics. That little hump at the beginning is a natural part of starting, and once you recognize it, you can find ways to reduce it. Break big tasks into micro steps. Prepare your environment to eliminate excuses. Use timers, music, or simple rituals that trick your brain into action. Even emotionally, activation energy plays a role. Sending a difficult message, confronting someone, or making a vulnerable choice. Those moments feel heavy, not because they're impossible, but because they require a burst of courage to cross the threshold. But once you do, relief and momentum follow. Relationships mend. Clarity returns. Change begins. Small tricks help reduce that energy threshold. Lay out your workout clothes the night before. Open the document and write a single sentence, no pressure. Break your task into absurdly easy steps. Often, momentum starts where expectations end. The goal isn't perfection, it's motion. Understanding activation energy also allows us to extend grace to others. That friend who's struggling to start a project, the coworker avoiding a decision, even the stranger hesitant to ask for help, they're likely facing their own invisible barriers. And what they need isn't pressure. They need the spark. The beautiful truth hidden in this principle is that meaningful change doesn't require a massive push. It just needs the right start. One small action, one decision to move, one step forward, that's often enough to begin. And once you're in motion, everything else becomes easier. Catalysts. Sometimes, the difference between slow progress and sudden transformation isn't effort, it's a catalyst. In science, a catalyst is a substance that accelerates a chemical reaction without itself being consumed. It doesn't change the ingredients. It doesn't add more energy. It simply changes the environment so that what was difficult becomes easy. What was slow becomes fast. Catalysts lower the activation energy needed to start something. In biology, enzymes are catalysts in our bodies that help us digest food, repair cells, and create energy. Without them, life would grind to a halt. In industrial processes, catalysts help make fuel, create new materials, and even clean the air. You rarely see them, but they make almost everything work better, faster, and more efficiently. Outside the lab, the idea of a catalyst becomes even more interesting. A mentor offering the right advice at the right time. A book that reframes how you see the world. A tool that streamlines your workflow. A small change that unlocks big results. These are real-life catalysts, quiet forces that don't do the work for you, but make it easier to do the work yourself. Imagine a team stuck in routine. One clear conversation, one new tool, or one honest moment of feedback can suddenly shift the energy. That's catalytic leadership. Or think of someone struggling with a decision. A podcast, a quote, or even a stranger's story can become the thing that tilts the scale. Not because the work is done, but because the hesitation is gone. What makes catalysts so powerful is that they don't require grand gestures. They're often small, precise, and well-timed. Like a key turning in a lock, they don't force the door open. They simply unlock what was always possible. And once that door is open, movement flows freely. You can also be a catalyst, not by taking over or solving things for others, but by creating the right conditions, by offering clarity in chaos, kindness in conflict, or encouragement in hesitation. True catalysts don't steal the spotlight, they create light. They don't rush the process, they make it easier to begin. There's a lesson here about how we think of progress. We often imagine it as a straight line, more time, more effort, more grind. But sometimes the better question is, what would act as a catalyst? What small shift would unlock movement? What system, tool, habit, or insight would make action feel lighter? Catalysts teach us that change isn't always about force. Sometimes it's about leverage, alignment, and timing. And sometimes The most powerful thing you can do is not push harder, but create the spark that lets everything else ignite. Alloying, take pure gold, valuable, radiant, and timeless, but try to use it to build something durable, and it disappoints. It's too soft, too malleable, too fragile. Now add a small amount of copper, and something remarkable happens. That same gold becomes stronger, more resistant, more practical. This transformation is called alloying. It's not just a trick of metallurgy, it's a metaphor for growth. Alloying is the process of mixing two or more elements, usually metals, to create a new material with improved properties. Bronze, one of humanity's earliest technological breakthroughs, an alloy of copper and tin. Steel, which built our modern cities, is primarily iron mixed with carbon and sometimes chromium or nickel. The result: strength, durability, flexibility, and resistance to corrosion, qualities that none of the base materials had alone. The magic of alloying lies in its combinations. It's not about perfect purity, it's about strategic imperfection. Adding just the right element in just the right amount transforms the whole. That's a powerful idea. It doesn't stop with materials. In people, alloying means embracing diversity of skills, experiences, and perspectives. A coder who learns storytelling can build more intuitive interfaces. A doctor with empathy becomes more than a clinician. They become a healer. An artist who understands business thrives, not just creatively, but commercially. It's the mix, not the singular strength, that elevates them. In teams, alloying shows up as collaboration. A visionary paired with a pragmatist, a strategist teamed with a doer, an optimist anchored by a realist. Together, they create something stronger and more resilient than any one person could alone. The secret is not in uniformity, it's in how differences combine. Alloying also speaks to resilience. Pure iron rusts easily. Add chromium, and you get stainless steel, resistant, durable, long-lasting. In life, people who've been through challenges often become emotional alloys. Their pain, combined with healing, creates empathy. Their failures, mixed with reflection, build wisdom. Like metal strengthened through fire, they emerge more capable because of what they've combined. But alloying isn't random. The proportions matter. Too much of one ingredient can make the material brittle or unstable. Too little, and you lose the desired effect. The same goes for life. Too much work without rest makes you burn out. Too much confidence without humility leads to arrogance. Strength lies in the blend, not just in adding, but in balancing. This principle has deep implications. It tells us we don't need to be perfect in one dimension. We can be a mix of talents, a fusion of traits, and often our most powerful qualities emerge not from being pure in one thing, but from being complex and adaptive in many. So whether you're building a product, a team, or yourself, consider the alloy. What strengths can you combine? What gaps can you fill with complementary traits? How can you create something more resilient, versatile, and powerful than any single part? Because sometimes the path to excellence isn't about refining something pure, it's about mixing something better. Natural selection and extinction. In the grand story of life on Earth, not every character gets to survive until the end. In fact, most don't. Natural selection and extinction are two forces that have shaped the course of evolution for billions of years. One drives innovation, the other clears the stage. Together, they determine who thrives, who survives and who disappears. Natural selection is the process by which favorable traits become more common in a population over time. It's not about being the strongest or the fastest, but about being the most suited to a specific environment. Imagine a species of birds where some individuals have slightly longer beaks. If a food source, like deep flowers, requires that beak length to reach, those birds survive and reproduce more successfully over many generations. Longer beaks become the norm. That's evolution in actions, subtle but powerful. This process happens continually. Small genetic variations give certain individuals a slight edge. Maybe it's sharper eyesight, a better immune system, or a behavior that helps avoid predators. These traits help them live longer or produce more offspring. Over time, the population shifts to reflect those advantages. It's nature's way of improving, designed not with intention, but with pressure and repetition. But natural selection doesn't operate in a safe vacuum. While some species adapt and flourish, others falter. That's where extinction enters the equation. If a species can't adapt quickly enough to changing conditions, whether due to climate shifts, new predators, or competition for resources, it vanishes. Extinction is not the exception, it's the rule. More than 99% of all species that ever lived are now extinct. It sounds harsh, but this cycle is what allows life to evolve. Extinction creates space for new forms of life. It resets the board. When the dinosaurs went extinct, mammals had the chance to rise. When certain plants died off, new ecosystems emerged in their place. The balance of natural selection and extinction is what fuels biodiversity and adaptation. These concepts go far beyond biology. In the business world, companies that adapt to new markets, technologies, or customer behaviors can flourish. Those that resist change, think of brands that failed to embrace digital platforms, fade away. In careers, professionals who keep learning and adjusting their skills remain relevant. Those who don't may find themselves sidelined. Natural selection rewards relevance. Extinction eliminates stagnation. This is how systems, whether natural or human-made, keep improving. They're constantly tested, refined, and challenged by forces that care nothing for history or reputation. The only currency that matters is the ability to adapt and survive in the present moment. Adaptation and the Red Queen effect. Being ahead today is no guarantee you'll stay ahead tomorrow. That's the lesson of adaptation and the constant arms race known as the Red Queen effect. In the natural world, staying still is not an option. Every species is part of a moving system, and if you're not evolving, you're falling behind. Adaptation is the process by which organisms adjust to their environment over generations. It's driven by necessity. Animals adapt in physical ways: thicker fur for cold climates, better vision for hunting, longer limbs for climbing. They also adapt behaviorally changing migration patterns, hunting strategies, or social structures to improve survival. These adaptations happen through tiny changes in DNA passed down through reproduction. And while they may seem slow, their impact over time is monumental. But here's the twist. Species don't evolve in isolation. While one species is adapting, so are the others around it. Predators become more efficient hunters, so prey must become faster or more elusive. Diseases mutate, so immune systems have to get better. This back and forth leads to a situation where everyone has to keep evolving just to stay where they are. That's the Red Queen effect, named after the character in Alice in Wonderland who said, "It takes all the running you can do to stay in the same place." This constant race doesn't just apply to wildlife. It shows up in every competitive system: business, technology, education, even personal development. A company might release a new product that disrupts the market, but within months, competitors catch up. A professional might master a skill, only to find that the industry has moved on to new tools or methods. In every field, progress is relative. If you're standing still while others improve, you're effectively moving backward. To thrive in such environments, constant learning and evolution are necessary. That means questioning habits that once worked, updating your approach, and staying open to change. It's not just about reacting to problems, but anticipating them. Adaptation becomes proactive, a continuous effort to stay one step ahead. The Red Queen effect also highlights why comfort is dangerous. What works today might not work tomorrow, and success can breed complacency. It's easy to rest on past achievements, but the world doesn't pause. Everything keeps moving. In this race, survival doesn't go to the fastest in a vacuum. It goes to the most responsive, the most aware, and the most willing to evolve. Adaptation is no longer an occasional strategy, it's a permanent mindset. Ecosystems. A forest isn't just a random collection of trees. It's a complex, living system, a web of life, where every organism, from the tallest pine to the tiniest bacteria, plays a role. This interconnected system is what scientists call an ecosystem. It's more than a setting. It's a network of relationships that allows life to function, thrive, and adapt. At the core of an ecosystem is interaction. Plants convert sunlight into energy through photosynthesis. Herbivores eat the plants. Carnivores eat the herbivores. Decomposers break down waste and dead organisms, returning nutrients to the soil. Those nutrients feed the plants again. It's a cycle, one that maintains balance and supports life. But ecosystems aren't just biological. The concept applies equally to human systems. A company, for example, functions as an ecosystem. There are inputs, raw materials, labor, knowledge, processes, management, design, manufacturing, and outputs, products, services, impact. Companies rely on partners, supply chains, customers, regulations, and infrastructure, all interdependent parts. When one piece breaks or shifts, the entire system can feel the effects. This interconnectedness is what makes ecosystems resilient, but also fragile. A forest can usually survive the loss of a few trees, but remove all the pollinators or introduce a new invasive species, and the balance collapses. In the same way, an economy can absorb small shocks, but a major disruption in energy, shipping, or finance can cause ripple effects worldwide. Understanding ecosystems helps us think in systems instead of silos. When we face complex challenges like climate change, global pandemics, or economic inequality, there are rarely simple solutions. Fixing one issue can cause unintended problems elsewhere. You solve one bottleneck in a business, and a new one emerges. You reduce emissions in one sector, and another becomes a bigger contributor. Every change has second-order effects. That's why systems thinking, seeing the big picture, not just the parts, is so important. It's about noticing relationships, feedback loops, and leverage points? It's not just about what each element does individually, but how they interact. A healthy ecosystem isn't just strong parts, it's strong connections. In nature, in business, and in society, ecosystems remind us that we don't exist in isolation. Every action we take affects others, often in ways we can't predict. But when we understand those relationships and care for the system as a whole, we create conditions for resilience, growth, and sustainability. Niches. Not every creature needs to rule the entire forest. Some simply need the right corner to thrive. In biology, a niche is the unique role an organism plays in its environment. It's not just about where it lives. It's about how it lives, what it eats, how it escapes predators, and how it interacts with the ecosystem around it. One species of bird may eat insects hidden in tree bark, while another eats fruit high in the canopy. They coexist peacefully in the same forest because they occupy different ecological spaces, minimizing competition by specializing in different tasks. This idea explains how ecosystems support so many species. Instead of everything competing in one giant free-for-all, nature promotes balance by allowing organisms to settle into roles that play to their strengths. Each species finds its niche, a place where its specific traits are an advantage, not a disadvantage. In the human world, niches work the same way. In business, a niche isn't about serving everyone. It's about focusing deeply on one specific group or need. A company might sell rugged trail shoes to mountain runners, or biodegradable products for environmentally conscious pet owners. By narrowing their target, they can outperform larger companies that are spread too thin to serve any one group deeply. On a personal level, finding your niche means figuring out what you're best at and leaning into it. You don't have to be great at everything. You just have to be really good at the specific mix of skills and interests that align with the problems you're meant to solve. But niches aren't invincible. Environments change. What works now might not work tomorrow. A species perfectly adapted to one condition might struggle when that condition shifts. The same goes for people and businesses. Specialization brings power, but also risk. Thriving in a niche often requires not just finding it, but also adapting it as the landscape evolves. The true advantage lies in knowing how to stay flexible, even inside a narrow space. Self-preservation. You don't have to teach a newborn animal to run from a threat. It just knows. Built into all living things is a fundamental instinct, self-preservation. It's the drive that pushes life to keep living, the silent force behind every flinch, escape, and reflex. In the natural world, it's why animals bolt from danger, and why even microscopic organisms develop resistance to harmful substances. It's not learned, it's inherited. In humans, self-preservation goes beyond staying alive. We protect more than just our bodies. We shield our minds, our identities, our beliefs. When someone challenges our worldview or critiques our work, the discomfort we feel is that same old instinct kicking in. We guard who we are, not just what we are. This instinct is valuable. It keeps us safe, helps us make careful decisions, and prevents unnecessary risk. But it's also a double-edged sword. That same protection mechanism can make us hesitant to try, reluctant to change, or afraid to fail. We avoid criticism because it stings. We reject new ideas because they feel unfamiliar. What once helped us survive now sometimes gets in the way of growth. The challenge, then, is learning when to listen to this instinct and when to challenge it. Not every risk is deadly. Not every discomfort is danger. Self-preservation can become a cage if it stops us from moving forward. Understanding this can help us navigate life more effectively. Growth doesn't mean turning off the instinct, it means using it wisely. Know when it's keeping you safe and when it's simply keeping you still. Survival isn't just about avoiding harm, it's about evolving to meet life as it changes. Replication. Every living thing on Earth is part of a vast chain, each link a copy of the one before it. That's all thanks to replication, the process by which life continues across generations. At the molecular level, replication is how DNA duplicates itself, allowing cells to divide and organisms to reproduce. It ensures continuity, passing the instructions for life from parent to offspring, from one cycle to the next. But replication doesn't happen with perfect precision. Mistakes called mutations slip in, and while many of them are neutral or harmful, some spark new traits that prove useful. These variations are what evolution depends on. Without them, life would stay static. Replication preserves, but it also allows for change. It's a balance between keeping what works and occasionally discovering something better. This principle shows up far beyond biology. In business, when a successful model gets repeated, a cafe becomes a chain, or a product gets mass-produced, that's replication in action. In learning, students first mimic techniques before mastering and personalizing them. Culture, too, spreads by repetition. Ideas, behaviors, styles, and beliefs get passed down, shared, and copied, sometimes for good, sometimes not. Virality in the digital age is another form of replication. One image, video, or thought gets shared over and over until it's everywhere. But this power can cut both ways. Harmful ideas, false information, and outdated practices can also spread if they're repeated enough. That's why intention matters. Replication isn't just about making more of something. It's about choosing what deserves to be repeated. Systems that thrive are the ones that replicate wisely, keeping what's useful, dropping what isn't, and making space for occasional change. Replication is what keeps life moving, but it's evolution through replication that makes progress possible. Cooperation. When a group of people gather to lift something heavy, something surprisingly effective happens. They succeed at something none of them could have done alone. That's the basic power of cooperation. It's the act of individuals working together toward a common goal, often giving up a bit in the short term to gain more in the long run. This behavior is everywhere in nature. Ants build organized colonies, wolves coordinate their hunts, and even the cells in a single body collaborate to keep the organism alive. At every level, teamwork improves the chances of survival. From an evolutionary perspective, cooperation may seem odd. Why would one organism help another? The answer lies in mutual benefit. When both parties gain, cooperation can outperform competition. To animals, working together to find food or defend territory can achieve more together than alone. Over time, when cooperation is repeated and trust builds, it becomes not only a viable strategy, but a winning one. Humans have taken cooperation to a new level. We don't just coordinate in small groups, we work across nations and cultures. Our ability to share knowledge, split tasks, and organize at scale is what allowed us to build cities, governments, and technologies far beyond any individual's capacity. But cooperation doesn't arise on its own. It relies on specific conditions, repeated interaction, shared benefits, and ways to prevent freeloaders, those who benefit without contributing. Rules, social norms, and institutions help ensure fairness, punishing those who exploit and rewarding those who contribute. At its best, cooperation is what powers communities, organizations, and civilizations. It multiplies human ability, turning solo efforts into structured systems. When the right conditions are in place, cooperation enables progress at a scale no individual can achieve alone. It's not just a feel-good concept, it's a practical, proven way to thrive in complex environments. Hierarchical organization. In any system with complexity, there needs to be some form of structure, and that's where hierarchy enters. A hierarchical organization arranges elements in levels, each with different roles, responsibilities, or authority. This structure shows up in everything from biological systems to human organizations. In biology, for instance, cells group into tissues, tissues into organs, and organs into entire systems. Each level depends on others and contributes to the whole. This structure isn't just about control, it enables specialization. In an ant colony, the queen focuses on reproduction, while worker ants gather food and soldier ants provide defense. No single ant sees the full picture, but the hierarchy ensures the colony works as one. Similarly, in human systems like businesses, schools, or governments, a hierarchy helps distribute responsibility, coordinate tasks, and manage conflict. Without structure, systems can fall into chaos. But too much structure can stifle flexibility and creativity. The challenge is in the balance. Enough order to function, but enough adaptability to grow and evolve. Hierarchies don't have to be rigid. They're dynamic, able to shift as conditions change. A change in leadership can ripple through an organization just as a problem at the bottom, like a production delay, can disrupt everything above it. Yet, hierarchy has its dangers. When power gets concentrated too tightly at the top, inefficiency and resentment can take root. When people care more about moving up than solving problems, the system can lose focus. Still, used wisely, hierarchical organization helps large systems remain manageable. It allows for growth, coordination, and alignment toward shared goals, not just control for its own sake, but a method for navigating complexity effectively. Incentives. People make decisions for a reason, often many reasons. Whether it's earning a reward, avoiding a penalty, or feeling a sense of pride, most actions are driven by incentives. An incentive is anything that motivates behavior, and it can be external, like money or recognition, or internal, like curiosity or personal satisfaction. These motivators are what steer human actions, often without us even realizing it. Consider a workplace. If employees are told to collaborate, but only rewarded for individual performance, the incentive conflicts with the goal. The result: frustration, misalignment, and possibly burnout. On the other hand, when incentives are aligned with desired behaviors, like rewarding teams for joint success, cooperation comes naturally. That's the power of thoughtful incentive design. Our brains are tuned to respond to outcomes that feel rewarding or relieve discomfort. That's why students study harder when grades are at stake, or companies innovate when they see a clear market opportunity. But incentives can also backfire. If a teacher is judged only by test scores, they may teach narrowly rather than promote real learning. If a business cuts corners to hit short-term targets, it might damage its future. Misaligned incentives can lead to poor decisions, short-term thinking, or even unethical behavior. That's why designing effective incentives is essential. Good incentives lead to outcomes that are both personally motivating and beneficial to the system as a whole. Poor incentives may look good on paper but result in unintended consequences. Whether managing a team, building a product, or creating policy, understanding what motivates people is crucial, because in almost every case, behavior follows the incentives. Tendency to minimize energy output. When given the choice between two options, most people will naturally lean toward the easier one. This reaction isn't a matter of laziness, it's a deep-rooted biological tendency. Across nature, systems favor paths that require the least effort. Rivers flow along the easiest route downhill. Animals seek food through the shortest possible journey, and human beings, designed for efficiency, tend to default to the most straightforward or familiar solutions. At the heart of this behavior is a survival strategy. In early human history, conserving energy was crucial for survival, especially in environments where resources were scarce. Why use extra energy if you don't have to? Even today, our bodies and brains are set up to minimize unnecessary effort. Physically, we avoid tasks that are demanding unless there's a clear reason. Mentally, we often opt for easier decisions, familiar routines, or habits we've already formed. This shows up in daily behavior. We choose convenience foods instead of cooking, scroll through short videos instead of reading long texts, and rely on common thinking patterns instead of challenging ourselves with new perspectives. This built-in efficiency isn't without cost. Personal growth and meaningful progress require energy. Whether it's learning a new skill, planning ahead, or reflecting on past choices, all of these actions demand effort. If we constantly follow the easiest route, we limit our ability to develop, adapt, or discover new solutions. It's not that people can't improve, it's that our internal wiring encourages us to conserve effort, even when pushing ourselves might bring better results. Recognizing this tendency helps us make better choices. It explains procrastination, resistance to new habits, and our struggle with complex problem solving. Once we're aware of it, we can manage it, directing our energy where it counts and challenging ourselves when it matters. The tendency to minimize energy output isn't something to eliminate, but something to understand. By doing so, we can turn a basic survival instinct into a smarter way of working through life's challenges and decisions. Feedback loops. Speak into a microphone, and you might hear your voice echo and build into a high-pitched squeal. That's a feedback loop in action. At its core, a feedback loop occurs when the output of a system returns as input, influencing the next outcome. It's a cycle. What happens next is shaped by what just happened. Though it may sound technical, feedback loops are everywhere, in nature, in machines, in our habits, and in large-scale systems. There are two main kinds of feedback loops, positive and negative. A positive feedback loop strengthens change. In the microphone example, the sound keeps getting louder, feeding itself in a rising spiral. In nature, when ice melts and exposes darker ocean water, that water absorbs more heat, leading to more melting, another accelerating loop. On the other hand, negative feedback loops act to stabilize. Think of a thermostat. When a room gets too hot, the cooling system activates. When it cools down, the system turns off. These loops aim for balance. In biology, negative feedback helps maintain internal stability. Your body uses it to regulate temperature, sugar levels, and other key processes. In everyday life, feedback shapes how we behave. When you do well on a test after studying, you're encouraged to study again, a reinforcing loop. But if touching a hot stove causes pain, you're less likely to repeat that action. That's corrective feedback. Feedback loops explain how systems evolve and adjust. They show how habits take hold, how businesses grow, and how natural environments shift. Without feedback, there's no learning or improvement. With it, change becomes guided and repeatable. The type and timing of feedback matter. Too slow or too vague, and it loses effect. Understanding feedback loops gives you a better grasp of how things change and why they sometimes stay the same. It highlights the importance of reflection, learning from results, and adjusting behavior based on outcomes. In both personal and systemic growth, feedback isn't just helpful, it's essential. It's the built-in mechanism that allows for progress through constant adaptation. Equilibrium. Equilibrium is a state where everything seems to stand still, not because nothing is happening, but because all forces are in balance. In scientific terms, equilibrium occurs when competing actions or processes cancel each other out. Imagine a perfectly balanced seesaw with equal weight on both sides. It doesn't move, yet there's ongoing tension, a constant, quiet exchange of force. In chemistry, equilibrium exists when a reaction happens in both directions at the same rate, so concentrations remain steady. In biology, your body constantly works to maintain internal balance, known as homeostasis, by regulating temperature, sugar levels, and other critical functions. But equilibrium isn't limited to science. It appears in economics, nature, and even in daily routines. In markets, prices settle where supply and demand meet. In ecosystems, balance exists between predator and prey, between growth and decay. In everyday life, we all strive to balance work and rest, stress and relaxation, effort and recovery. What makes equilibrium interesting is that it's not static. It's a dynamic process. Systems continuously adjust to keep things in check. If your body heats up, it sweats. If market prices rise too high, demand drops. These shifts are subtle and ongoing, like a tightrope walker making tiny corrections to stay upright. But equilibrium can also be deceptive. A system may appear stable while tension builds underneath. Financial markets can look calm before a crash. An ecosystem may seem balanced before a sudden collapse. A person's routine might feel consistent until burnout sets in. In such cases, the illusion of balance hides instability. Understanding equilibrium means recognizing when balance is beneficial and when it's a barrier to change. Too much stability can prevent growth, while too little can cause chaos. The challenge lies in knowing when to hold steady and when to allow movement. Equilibrium isn't just about avoiding change, it's about managing it in a way that keeps systems from tipping too far. Whether in nature, society, or personal life, it's the art of staying in motion while appearing still. Bottlenecks. Every system, no matter how efficient, has a weakest link. It's the point where progress slows, delays pile up, and frustration grows. That's the bottleneck. A bottleneck is the part of a system that restricts the overall pace. It could be one slow machine in a factory, a single overwhelmed team member, or a weak internet connection in a larger network. No matter how optimized everything else is, the entire system must move at the speed of its narrowest point. The concept is simple, but the implications are powerful. If you're trying to improve performance, your best move isn't to speed up everything. It's to identify and improve the bottleneck. This forms the heart of the theory of constraints, the idea that the system is only as fast as its slowest part. Fix that one part, and you unlock real gains across the board. But bottlenecks aren't fixed. Solve one, and a new one often appears somewhere else. What helped yesterday might be what holds you back today. Still, not every bottleneck is a flaw. Sometimes they're intentional. A quality control step might slow production but ensures accuracy. A border checkpoint delays entry but adds essential security. Recognizing bottlenecks forces you to focus. Instead of spreading energy everywhere, you concentrate on what matters most. It's about making the biggest impact with the least effort by addressing the true constraint, the step that limits the whole system. In any complex process, understanding where the bottleneck lies is the first step toward real, lasting improvement. Scaling a system doesn't just mean doing more, it often means doing differently. Scale refers to increasing capacity or output, whether in a business, process, or system. But simply multiplying what works on a small level doesn't guarantee success at a larger one. That's because what functions smoothly in a small setup may fall apart under more weight. Imagine cooking pancakes for 4 people. A single pan and bowl do the job just fine. But serving 400, that requires commercial tools, staff coordination, and an entirely different workflow. The ingredients haven't changed, but the execution has. That's the real challenge of scale, translating success from small to large without everything breaking down. Systems that thrive at small scale often depend on informal practices and flexibility. As they grow, those same traits become liabilities. Decisions take longer, communication breaks down, and bottlenecks surface. Scaling requires anticipating these tension points and redesigning the system so it can handle greater load, whether through automation, structure, delegation, or simplification. And scale isn't always about getting bigger. Sometimes it means shrinking, strategically cutting waste, focusing on core strengths, or refining what's already working. Either way, scaling demands intentional design. You must ask, will this still work when it's 10 times larger or smaller? Because in real systems, growth isn't linear. What expands must be reimagined. Without that shift, the very process of scaling can become the system's biggest problem: margin of safety. A smart plan doesn't just work under ideal conditions. It holds together when things go wrong. That's the idea behind a margin of safety, an intentional buffer that provides room for error, surprise, or change. It's the difference between barely making it and staying secure when the unexpected happens. In engineering, bridges aren't built to hold exactly the weight they're expected to bear. They're designed to support far more. The extra capacity isn't waste, it's protection. In personal finance, the margin might be living below your means, or having savings for emergencies. You might not need it every day, but when something goes sideways, It's what keeps you afloat. Investing follows the same logic. Buying an asset for less than you believe it's worth gives you a cushion if you're wrong. Without that space, even small errors can lead to major losses. The margin of safety acts like shock absorbers, doesn't prevent problems, but it reduces the damage when they hit. Of course, buffers come at a cost. You may miss out on faster gains or use more resources than necessary. But that's the trade-off, sacrificing some efficiency today for stability tomorrow. Systems without a margin may run smoothly until they don't. Then they fail quickly and dramatically. Built-in slack makes systems resilient. It's not about pessimism, it's about planning for a world that rarely sticks to the script. When uncertainty is a given, a margin of safety becomes not just wise but necessary. Churn. Churn is what happens when people quietly exit a system, either that system is a business, a community, or a relationship. In a business context, churn refers to the customers who stop using your service over time. It's not always obvious or dramatic. It might be a missed renewal, a drop in engagement, or someone silently switching to something simpler or better. Organizations often obsess over growth, new users, new markets, expansion, but without addressing churn, that growth can be deceptive. Gaining 5 customers while losing 5 doesn't move you forward. It's like pouring water into a bucket with a hole in the bottom. And churn isn't just a business issue. Employees leave companies, subscribers unsubscribe, even friendships fade. It's a natural part of systems where people make ongoing choices about where to invest their time, attention, and loyalty. But not all churn is bad. Sometimes it's a healthy reset. Letting go of customers who aren't a good fit frees up resources to serve the right ones better. Employee turnover can bring fresh perspectives. Even in nature, species churn contributes to long-term ecological balance. The key is understanding the pattern. Too much churn creates instability. Too little can signal stagnation. The healthiest systems don't ignore churn. They plan for it. They monitor it, learn from it, and design better experiences to reduce it when it matters. Churn won't always make noise, but managing it well is one of the clearest signs that a system isn't just growing, it's actually working. Algorithms. You may not always see them, but algorithms are everywhere, shaping how decisions are made, problems are solved, and systems operate around you. At their most basic, an algorithm is simply a set of instructions, a clear, ordered process to complete a task or reach a goal. Think of it like a recipe ad, ingredients in a certain sequence. Apply the right timing, and you get the expected outcome. But while recipes leave room for interpretation, algorithms strive for something more precise. They're built for consistency, efficiency, and scalability, especially when choices need to be repeated across vast systems. In computing, algorithms are the engine behind nearly everything, from how emails get sorted to which videos show up in your feed. They decide not just what you see, but when and how you see it. Yet, their reach goes far beyond code. A teacher grading with a rubric. That's an algorithm in action. A smart traffic light adjusting based on flow. Also an algorithm. They're not exclusive to machines. They're embedded in systems wherever predictability and structure matter. What makes algorithms so powerful is that they reduce randomness. Instead of relying on gut instinct every time, you use a proven method. This allows systems, human or manage complexity without collapsing under it. But here's the catch. Algorithms reflect the rules they're built on. If those rules are flawed, outdated, or biased, the outcomes will be too. That's why understanding algorithms isn't just for programmers anymore, it's essential literacy. These tools are shaping decisions at every level, and the more we know about how they work, the better we can use them, question them, and improve them. Critical mass. Progress doesn't always look like progress. In the beginning, change can feel frustratingly slow, like dripping water into a huge bucket and waiting for it to matter. But at some point, the slow build crosses a line and then everything shifts. That turning point is what we call critical mass. It's the threshold where effort stops feeling futile and starts generating momentum of its own. The concept comes from physics, specifically nuclear reactions, where a certain quantity of material is needed before a chain reaction can start. But outside the lab, the idea has become a powerful metaphor for transformation. In workplaces, for instance, a new tool may go ignored until just enough people start using it. Suddenly, it becomes standard. In social movements, a few voices may get dismissed, but once the crowd grows, the message can no longer be ignored. That's critical mass, the invisible tipping point when something previously insignificant becomes undeniable. Personal habits follow a similar path. Starting a routine, but stay consistent, and one day it doesn't feel like effort anymore. Habit replaces discipline. That's the micro-scale version of critical mass. It reminds us that systems don't always change in proportion to effort. One more step might do nothing, or it might tip everything. Understanding critical mass teaches us that the key isn't always to push harder, but to push until the conditions are right. Change often isn't linear. Sometimes it requires a build-up before the breakthrough. Knowing when you're near the tipping point and when you're still far can shape strategy, reduce burnout, and help you stick through the long, quiet phase before momentum finally catches. Emergence. Sometimes the biggest things don't start big at all, they emerge. They arise not from grand design, but from many small actions interacting over time. This is the idea of emergence, that complex, often surprising outcomes can come from simple components acting together. You see it in traffic jams, where no single driver creates the gridlock, but everyone reacting to everyone else forms a pattern. It's not planned, but it's real. Ant colonies are one of nature's clearest examples. No ant has a blueprint. Each just follows a few simple rules: find food, avoid obstacles, follow trails. Yet, collectively, they build intricate nests, allocate labor, and adapt to changes. Their intelligence isn't in any one ant, it emerges from the group. The human brain functions similarly. A neuron alone doesn't think, but billions of them firing together give rise to thoughts, emotions, even consciousness. That's emergence at work. We see it in cities, too. No single person designs how a city feels. It emerges from the interplay of culture, architecture, movement, and people. Flocks of birds, market dynamics, language evolution, they all reflect emergence. Patterns grow not from top-down control, but from local interactions that multiply and self-organize. What makes emergence fascinating is how it defies reduction. You can't always understand the whole by dissecting the parts. Instead, you have to zoom out and watch how the parts behave together. This concept is deeply useful, not just in science or systems thinking, but in everyday life. It helps you see that big change doesn't always need big moves. Sometimes, small rules applied consistently can produce something unexpectedly powerful. Irreducibility. Some things lose their meaning when you try to dissect them too far. That's irreducibility, the idea that certain systems can't be fully explained by examining their parts in isolation. The whole isn't just greater than the sum, it's fundamentally different. It offers something that can't be found in any single fragment. Take consciousness. You can analyze neurons, measure brain activity, study chemical reactions, but none of that explains what it feels like to be alive, to think, to experience. That feeling doesn't reside in any one part. It only emerges when everything functions together. Break it down too far, and what you're studying is no longer the thing you set out to understand. This applies to more than the brain. A city is more than its roads and buildings. It has a rhythm, a culture, an unpredictable flow that only appears when the whole system interacts. Human behavior, climate change, market dynamics, these aren't just puzzles with missing pieces. They're systems with interlocking elements that shift as you observe them. Simplifying them too much doesn't solve them, it risks misunderstanding them entirely. Irreducibility challenges our instinct to fix everything by drilling deeper. It suggests that sometimes clarity comes not from zooming in, but from stepping back. It encourages us to accept that some problems resist easy answers, not because they're unsolvable, but because they demand a broader view. In a world that often chases tidy solutions, irreducibility reminds us complexity isn't failure. Sometimes it's just the shape of reality. Law of diminishing returns. The first time you return to the gym after a long stretch of inactivity, the progress can be surprising. Just a little movement, some stretches, a few basic exercises, and your body starts to respond. You feel energized, stronger, and more motivated. But if you keep training regularly for weeks, months, or even years, that same amount of effort yields smaller and slower results. What was once easy progress becomes a grind. This shift is explained by the law of diminishing returns. At its core, this law highlights how continued investment, whether time, energy, or resources, doesn't always give you the same level of return. In the early stages of any project or activity, improvements are often fast and obvious. There's a lot of room to grow, so each step forward makes a visible difference. But eventually, that low-hanging fruit runs out. As systems become more refined or optimized, each new gain takes more effort, yet produces less reward. Think about watering a plant. The first few cups are essential. They hydrate the soil and allow roots to grow. But once the plant has what it needs, more water doesn't help. In fact, overwatering can be harmful. The same logic applies to learning new skills, enhancing a product, or developing a routine. There comes a point when pouring in more effort brings diminishing benefits. This idea helps explain why chasing perfection can be so draining. Improving from 90% to 95% might require as much effort as the entire journey from 0% to 90%. That final stretch costs more and gives less. Knowing this doesn't mean you should stop. Improving it just helps you become smarter about how you do it. Understanding where the tipping point lies allows you to allocate your resources wisely. It teaches you to shift focus when needed, rather than endlessly pushing where the returns no longer justify the effort. In every system, knowing when the payoff slows down can prevent burnout and guide better decision-making. Sampling. Sampling is the art of understanding the whole by looking at a part. It's something we do constantly, often without even realizing it. Take a sip of soup to check the flavor. Watch a trailer before committing to a movie. These small pieces give us insights into something much larger. That's what sampling is all about, efficiently learning from just a portion of the whole. In science and statistics, sampling becomes a formal tool. Imagine you're trying to understand public opinion about a new product. You can't realistically ask every single person, so instead, you ask a carefully selected group that represents the broader population. If chosen well, this smaller group can give you accurate insights without the time and cost of full data collection. But good sampling is more than just taking a portion, it's about taking the right portion. If your soup hasn't been stirred, one spoonful might be too salty, another too bland. If your survey only includes people from one neighborhood, you'll miss the views of the rest of the city. A biased sample leads to biased results. This is why researchers carefully design their samples, balancing between precision and practicality. A larger sample is often more reliable, but it also takes more time and resources. So the challenge is to find the smallest sample that still gives accurate results. Sampling is powerful because it helps us navigate complexity. It allows us to make decisions without needing every detail, to see patterns without getting overwhelmed. When done correctly, sampling helps us understand systems, predict outcomes, and make better choices, all while working with just a small piece of the puzzle. Randomness. Randomness is the part of life that doesn't follow the script. It's the flat tire on the way to a big meeting, the unexpected win, the roll of dice that changes the course of a game. Randomness is what happens when outcomes aren't predictable, when there's no clear cause and effect. In statistics, randomness refers to chance-driven outcomes. Flip a coin, and you can't predict heads or tails on any one toss. Over time, you expect balance, about half heads, half tails, but each flip is independent. There's no memory, no pattern, just probability. But randomness doesn't mean chaos. While individual events may seem unpredictable, patterns often emerge when you zoom out. That's why insurers can manage risks, casinos can make money, and scientists can run experiments. Large sets of random data tend to form reliable distributions. Still, randomness is tricky for humans. Our brains are wired for patterns. We look for meaning even where none exists. That's why we see faces in clouds or assume a winning streak has some deeper significance. This pattern-seeking instinct makes us prone to false assumptions and flawed judgments. Yet randomness also plays a creative role. In biology, mutations are random, yet they drive evolution. In innovation, many breakthroughs come from trial and error, not careful planning. A lucky mistake can lead to a new idea. Understanding randomness doesn't mean surrendering to luck. It means respecting chance as part of the system. Recognizing randomness helps us avoid overreacting to outliers, misreading trends, or blaming ourselves for things no one could control. It's a quiet but crucial force in how the world works, and knowing how to navigate it makes us more grounded and resilient. Regression to the mean. Have you ever had a week where everything just went perfectly? Or a time when everything went wrong no matter what you did? These highs and lows often feel like dramatic shifts, but many times they're just temporary spikes followed by a return to the average. That return is known as regression to the mean. Regression to the mean explains a simple but powerful truth. Extreme results are often followed by more typical ones. It's not fate or karma, it's statistics. When an outcome is partly driven by chance, the next result usually leans closer to the average. For example, if a student scores unusually high on a test, part of it might be skill, but part is likely luck. On the next test, that luck might not repeat, and the score will be closer to their usual range. This doesn't mean they failed or got worse. It means the initial score was unusually high, and now the data is balancing out. The same applies in sports, business, or even mood swings. A hot streak or a slump often returns to normal over time. Recognizing this pattern helps us avoid overreacting to both success and failure. Regression to the mean is especially useful in managing expectations. When something goes exceptionally well, it's natural to expect the trend to continue, but it might not. Likewise, a setback doesn't always mean you're doing something wrong. It might just be a statistical correction. In life, not every high is a new normal, and not every low is the beginning of decline. Things fluctuate, and over time, they tend to settle. That's the quiet truth behind regression to the mean, a reminder that extremes are rarely permanent, and balance is often just around the corner. Multiply by zero. In math, the rule is simple. Multiply anything by zero, and the result is zero. It doesn't matter how big or powerful the other numbers are. If just one part is zero, the whole equation collapses. This principle extends far beyond arithmetic. It applies to life, systems, and success. Think of building a project over years with endless effort and care. But one overlooked legal issue, one mistake in judgment, and the entire thing could unravel. That's multiply by zero. It's the idea that some weak links don't just reduce value, they erase it entirely. This can show up in countless ways. You might train, eat right, and stay active, but ignore sleep completely. Eventually, your body breaks down. Or in a relationship, everything may seem fine, but without trust, it all falls apart. One missing piece, if it's essential, can undo everything else. Not every part of a system needs to be perfect, but some elements can't afford to fail. These are the non-negotiables: safety protocols, ethics, trust, health, legal compliance. If any of these hit zero, no amount of excellence elsewhere can save the outcome. Understanding this helps you build stronger systems. It forces you to identify the true essentials, the areas where failure isn't just damaging, it's absolute. It's not about being perfect everywhere, but about making sure your foundation is solid. Multiply by zero isn't a warning to be paranoid. It's a reminder to focus on the parts that matter most, because sometimes success isn't about adding more. It's about making sure nothing crucial is missing. Equivalence. Sometimes things that seem different on the surface actually do the same job. That's the idea behind equivalence, the concept that different tools, methods, or approaches can lead to the same outcome. You see this in math, when two equations give the same answer, or in code, when different syntax runs the same function. Even in daily life, whether you pay with cash, a credit card, or a digital wallet, you're completing a transaction, different forms, same result. Equivalence is useful because it helps us simplify complexity. If two options lead to the same outcome, it frees us to choose based on ease, preference, or context, instead of stressing over the best option. It can reduce friction in decision-making, but not everything is interchangeable. Swapping a pen for a pencil works in some cases, but not in ink-based documents. Equivalence asks us to focus on function, not form. It's a tool for clarity, efficiency, and creative problem-solving, one that lets us approach challenges with more flexibility and less perfectionism. Surface area. Surface area is a measure of exposure, how much contact you have with your environment, and how much it has with you. In science, a crushed ice cube melts faster than a solid one because it has more surface exposed to heat. That same principle applies to business, relationships, and life. A company with more customer channels has more ways to grow, but also more ways to fail. A person who tries more things opens up more chances for learning and connection, but also more risk of rejection. Increasing surface area can speed up feedback, opportunities, and discovery. Reducing it can protect, focus, and insulate. The key is knowing when to expand and when to pull back. Like a submarine designed to resist outside pressure, sometimes less exposure is smarter. Surface area isn't good or bad, it's a strategic variable. More contact creates more possibility and more vulnerability. It's about understanding your interaction with the world and adjusting it to match your goals, resources, and resilience. Global and local maxima. A local maximum is the best option in your current view, but not necessarily the best possible one. Imagine climbing a hill in the fog. You reach the top and think you've won, but a taller mountain might be just out of sight. That's the difference between a local and a global maximum. We see this in product design, career moves, and personal growth. Settling for good enough can block us from exploring what's truly better. The catch is reaching a global maximum often requires stepping down, first leaving comfort behind to explore riskier territory. That dip can be scary. It's easier to stay where things work, but understanding this terrain helps. Not every improvement is linear, and progress often means detours. Knowing the difference between a local win and a bigger possibility can help you rethink strategy, take calculated risks, and avoid getting stuck in a small success when something far better is out there just beyond your current view. Scarcity. Scarcity is one of the first forces we ever feel in as children. It's the last toy on the shelf that suddenly everyone wants. As we grow, scarcity takes new shapes: limited time, limited energy, limited money. At its core, scarcity just means there's not enough of something to go around. And when something becomes limited, its value tends to rise. Fewer seats at a concert, more people rush to grab them. One job opening, the competition intensifies. Scarcity creates urgency. Urgency changes how people act. That's why it's so powerful. In economics, scarcity is foundational. We have infinite desires but limited resources, so every decision we make becomes a trade-off. But scarcity isn't just about stuff. It applies to trust, attention, focus. A packed calendar makes free time feel priceless. A rare skill set makes someone stand out. And sometimes, scarcity is engineered like limited edition drops or exclusive memberships to tap into our fear of missing out. But not all scarcity signals value. Some is real, some is manufactured. Learning the difference helps us better understand our choices, our priorities, and how systems respond when something becomes rare. Supply and demand. Prices don't just happen, they respond to the invisible push and pull of supply and demand. Supply is how much of something exists. Demand is how much people want it. When demand rises but supply stays the same, prices usually go up. When supply floods the market but no one's buying, prices drop. That balance or imbalance is what sets the rhythm of markets. Imagine a city with more people moving in than homes being built. Trend spikes. Build too many apartments too fast. Prices stabilize or even fall. This tug-of-war shows up everywhere. Energy, jobs, even sneakers. It's not just about availability, it's about the match between need and access. Emotions play a role too. During a boom, optimism can push demand beyond logic. In a downturn, fear can suppress it, even when supply is high. Supply and demand isn't just theory, it's lived experience. We affect it every time we shop, invest, or shift habits. It reflects how society allocates resources and how we, as individuals, shape the system with every choice we make. Optimization. Optimization is what happens when you stop working harder and start working smarter. It's the process of fine-tuning a system, any system, to get the best results with the least waste. That could mean saving time, cutting costs, or boosting performance. At its core, optimization is about finding the most efficient way to reach a goal. It's everywhere. Engineers trim weight from rockets, commuters map out faster routes, someone tweaks their routine to get out the door quicker. If you've ever adjusted how you do something to make it smoother, you've already used it. In business, optimization might mean automating tasks or reallocating resources. In health, it could be modifying a workout or diet for better results without burnout. In tech, it's baked into everything from search results to battery usage. But optimization isn't always good in every direction. Over-optimization can lead to fragility. A company that cuts too many safeguards might save time now but suffer later. You can also optimize for the wrong metric, like chasing clicks instead of quality. In that case, the system runs smoothly in the wrong direction. True optimization is about balance, getting the most value without losing sight of purpose. It's not just about speed, it's about clarity, seeing what's working, improving what isn't, and making choices that bring focus and function into alignment. Trade-offs are a fact of life. Every decision costs something: time, money, attention, or energy. You can't have it all, and trying to usually means spreading yourself too thin. A trade-off is simply when you give up one thing to gain another. Watch a movie and you're not working. Work late and you lose sleep. These are everyday examples of the deeper truth. Every gain has a cost. In economics, this is called opportunity cost, the value of what you didn't choose. But trade-offs go beyond money or time. They shape careers, relationships, design, even identity. A job that pays more might leave less room for family. A simple life may trade luxury for peace. In product design, you might choose speed over battery life. There's rarely a perfect answer. What matters is knowing your values, what you're willing to give up, and why. The key is not to avoid trade-offs, but to face them honestly. When you do, choices become clearer. You stop chasing everything and start choosing with intention. That doesn't mean settling, it means being deliberate. Trade-offs are how we shape direction. They're not failures. They're signals that priorities are real, and progress comes from knowing what matters most. Specialization. Specialization is focused, intensely refining one skill instead of dabbling in many. It's how people become experts, surgeons instead of general doctors, jazz pianists instead of hobbyists. In a world of complexity, narrowing your scope can be a strength. Specialization means diving deep into one area to develop mastery. That could be tax law, surgical precision, or a specific programming language. The payoff is skill that compounds depth over breadth. A bakery that only makes croissants probably makes better croissants. With repetition comes efficiency, confidence, and recognition. But there's a cost. Specialization can reduce flexibility. If your field changes and you've only trained in one method, adapting can be hard. That's why the most effective specialists also keep a window open. They don't ignore the world, they draw from it. Big innovations often come from crossovers. A doctor who understands design, a coder who gets psychology. True specialization isn't isolation. It's knowing your core and using it to connect outward. It's about going deep, but not so deep you forget to look around. In a noisy world, focused mastery stands out, but staying curious keeps it resilient. Interdependence. Interdependence is the quiet truth behind almost everything we do. No one builds a phone from scratch or grows all their own food. We rely on others, and others rely on us. That mutual connection is what interdependence means. It shows up everywhere. Bees and flowers, supply chains and customers, families and friends. In complex systems, success comes not from one part working perfectly alone, but from many parts working together. That's how cities run, how software gets built, how hospitals operate. The stronger the coordination, the more powerful the system. But this dependence also brings risk. If one part breaks, shipment delayed, a server crashes, debt affects the whole chain. That's why trust and adaptability matter. Relationships, organizations, and even economies depend on cooperation and feedback. Interdependence isn't weakness, it's a feature of complexity. On a personal level, it reminds us that we're not meant to do everything alone. The healthiest systems balance autonomy with support. You don't lose strength by relying on others. You gain it through shared effort, shared risk, and shared success. The goal isn't to erase dependence. It's to manage it wisely so the connections we build make us more resilient, not more fragile. Efficiency. Efficiency is about getting more done with less time, less energy, less waste. It's what turns a cluttered process into a smooth one and transforms chaos into clarity. Whether you're prepping dinner, designing software, or running a meeting, efficiency helps you reach your goal faster and with fewer resources. At its heart, efficiency means achieving a result with minimal input. It's not about cutting corners, but about cutting friction. A labeled toolbox speeds up repairs. A tight calendar helps you stay focused. A smart workflow prevents repetition. But true efficiency isn't just about speed, it's about doing the right things in the right way. You can move fast and still be off course if you're solving the wrong problem. That's where effectiveness comes in. Real efficiency means simplifying what matters and ignoring what doesn't. Still, efficiency has limits. Overdo it, and you lose resilience. A system with no buffer might save money now, but collapse under pressure later. A business that cuts too deep might not recover when demand spikes. Perfect efficiency often means no room for error, and that's risky. That's why smart systems build in some slack. Redundancies, backups, and flexibility might look inefficient on paper, but they're what make long-term performance possible. Efficiency, then, is not just speed for speed's sake. It's a careful balance, finding where it helps, preserving where it protects, and always keeping the bigger picture in view. Debt. Debt is a decision to borrow from the future to solve something now. It can be a powerful tool or a hidden burden, depending on how it's used. A loan can fund a new venture, an education, or a first home. It can unlock possibilities that wouldn't otherwise be accessible. But every loan carries a cost, repayment, usually with interest. At its core, debt is time shifted forward. You gain something today in exchange for smaller sacrifices tomorrow. Used wisely, that trade makes sense. Governments borrow to build bridges. Companies borrow to scale. People borrow to invest in their futures. But debt narrows your flexibility. The more you owe, the fewer choices you have. A lost job, an unexpected expense, or rising rates can turn a manageable debt into a spiraling one. And debt isn't just financial. You can owe time, attention, or emotional energy. Promises, obligations, and even skipped rest build up like a kind of personal debt. The problem: debt assumes stability. It bets that tomorrow will go as planned. But life rarely cooperates. The more you've borrowed, the less room you have to maneuver when things go sideways. That doesn't make debt bad, but it does make it powerful. Used intentionally, it's a lever for progress. Used carelessly, it becomes a trap. The key is knowing the real cost, not just the number, but the limits it places on freedom and resilience. Debt amplifies direction. If you're rising, it helps you rise faster. But if you stumble, it makes the fall that much steeper. Monopoly and competition. Every market lives in the space between monopoly and competition. One spreads choice and fuels innovation. The other consolidates power and sets the rules. Competition is what happens when multiple players offer similar goods or services. No one dominates. Prices stay honest. Companies have to improve or risk being left behind. It's messy, fast-moving, and full of pressure, but that's where growth happens. You see it in rival brands, tech startups, and new restaurants battling for attention. Monopoly is what happens when one company becomes the only real option. That might come from a patent, exclusive access, or simply being the first and best. In that space, the company doesn't just compete, it is the market. The upside: monopolies can afford to think long-term. They can take risks, invest in research, and offer consistency. The downside: without competition, prices can rise, service can slip, and progress can stall. These forces exist in tension. Ideas often grow best in competitions, crappy, creative, untested. But when one breaks through and dominates, it often forms a monopoly, at least temporarily. Then the cycle resets as new challengers emerge. Understanding this balance helps explain why some products evolve quickly while others stagnate. Why customer service varies. Why prices rise or fall. At the heart of it is the tug-of-war between control and freedom, and that dynamic is what keeps the business world moving forward. Creative destruction. Creative destruction is the messy engine of progress. It's what happens when something new replaces something old, not just by improving it, but by tearing it down. It sounds brutal, and often it is. But it's also how industries grow, how technology advances, and how economies stay alive. At its core, creative destruction is innovation breaking tradition. Cars replaced horses, streaming replaced DVDs, smartphones replaced dozens of devices at once. In each case, the new didn't ask permission, it simply worked better. And as it rose, the old structure fell. That fall isn't without cost. Jobs disappear, companies vanish, entire sectors can be wiped out. But from an economic view, this isn't a failure, it's a feature. It frees up talent, money, and ideas for more useful purposes. The collapse of video rental stores gave rise to new models of entertainment. The decline of old manufacturing opened space for advanced tech and green energy. The challenge is speed. Creative destruction doesn't wait for comfort. Companies clinging to past success often get left behind. Blockbuster didn't adapt. Kodak hesitated. The risk of not changing is often greater than the cost of change. This cycle never really stops. New ideas start small, test the edges, and if they work, scale quickly. That churn keeps markets dynamic and prevents stagnation. In a way, it's the system's way of cleaning house, breaking what no longer serves and clearing space for what might. It's not painless, but it's also not optional. Without creative destruction, progress slows, systems decay, and opportunities disappear. It's disruption with a purpose, and that's what keeps everything moving forward. Gresham's Law. Gresham's Law is more than just an observation about money. It's a lens through which we can see how human behavior shapes systems. The core idea is simple. Bad money drives out good. When two forms of currency are treated equally by law but differ in actual value, people tend to hoard the more valuable one and spend the lesser. Over time, the good money quietly vanishes from everyday use. Picture a society where both silver coins and paper bills are accepted as legal tender. The coins have intrinsic metal value. The paper holds only a promise. Most people instinctively save the silver and spend the paper. That's Gresham's Law in action, but its reach doesn't end with coins. This principle applies anywhere quality and convenience compete under equal labels. In markets when high-quality goods are priced the same as low-quality ones, the better products are hoarded, and the cheaper alternatives flood the shelves. Eventually, the overall quality drops. In lending, riskier loans might offer faster gains and start to overshadow responsible lending, skewing financial health. In organizations, if cutting corners yields the same recognition as doing things right, the shortcuts begin to dominate till higher standards quietly disappear. Gresham's Law exposes the silent erosion of quality in the absence of strong systems that reward integrity and long-term thinking. If people can gain just as much by doing less, many will. The good isn't lost because it failed, it's lost because it's too valuable to waste in an environment that doesn't reward it. This pattern explains why certain industries decline, why trust can deteriorate, and why genuine craftsmanship or honesty often feels rare in large systems. It's not just an economic curiosity, it's a mirror held up to how we behave when incentives are misaligned. Bubbles. Bubbles are what happen when excitement outruns reality. In the financial world, A bubble forms when prices soar far beyond actual value, not because of the asset itself, but because people believe someone else will pay even more tomorrow. It begins with opportunity. Early movers profit quickly, word spreads, and soon everyone wants in. Prices rise simply because they're rising. Underneath, not much has changed. The fundamentals stay the same, but belief fuels the boom. This isn't just about numbers, it's about human psychology. When your friends, neighbors, and news feeds are all celebrating gains, it feels reckless not to join. Fear of missing out overrides caution. People convince themselves that the rules don't apply, that this time is different. But eventually, something breaks that collective confidence. Maybe a few early investors cash out. Maybe bad news surfaces. When belief wavers, demand vanishes, and prices collapse. What took years to inflate can pop in days. We've seen it again and again. The dot-com crash, the housing collapse, crypto bubbles, even the infamous tulip mania. Optimism grows. Participation explodes. Panic follows. Still, not everything about bubbles is bad. Ironically, they often fund innovation. The dot-com era, for all its failures, built the internet infrastructure we rely on today. Bubbles, while irrational, sometimes push new ideas into reality faster than logic alone ever could. The key is recognizing the signs, not just in markets, but in human behavior. When price becomes divorced from value and belief becomes the primary driver, it's time to pause. Bubbles don't burst because of bad math, they burst because people stop believing. And when they do, the correction is quick and unforgiving. Learning to see that shift is what separates those who ride the wave from those who get swept under it. Audience? An audience might look passive, sitting, watching, listening, but they're never just bystanders. In truth, the audience completes the work. A story, a speech, a painting, they only come alive when someone connects with them. Until then, they're just potential. The audience turns ideas into experience, and that transformation is deeply personal. At its core, the concept of an audience is about perception. A joke can land as hilarious to one person and fall flat to another. A film scene might inspire tears in one viewer and indifference in the next. That's because every audience member brings their own background, beliefs, and emotions to the table. Meaning doesn't live in the message alone, it lives in how it's received. That's why understanding your audience matters. A good communicator doesn't just deliver, they adapt. A teacher doesn't explain a concept the same way to children as they would to adults. A marketer doesn't pitch the same product the same way to teens and retirees. The message may stay the same, but the approach must shift. Knowing your audience means knowing how to speak so they'll actually listen. But there's a risk in trying too hard to please. Pander too much, and the message loses its core. Ignore the audience entirely, and it might never be heard. The best communicators find the middle ground. They stay true to their intent, while remaining deeply aware of who's on the receiving end. And this isn't just for artists or marketers. Every conversation, every pitch, every argument involves an audience. Understanding who's across from you and adjusting your tone, language, and rhythm can mean the difference between being understood and being ignored. Audience, in the end, isn't just a crowd, it's a collaboration. Genre. Genre is the quiet agreement between creator and audience. It tells us what to expect before a single word is read or scene is watched. A dark hallway and eerie music tell us we're in a horror film. A colorful poster with two smiling faces hints at romance. Without saying it outright, genre sets the stage, giving us cues about tone, structure, and emotion. It's how we know what kind of journey we're about to take. At its foundation, genre is pattern recognition. Certain themes, moods, and narrative arcs repeat. Mystery novels include clues and twists. Science fiction explores what's possible. Comedy seeks to amuse. These aren't limitations, they're starting points. For creators, genre is a tool. It offers a scaffold to build on, but it's also a test. Lean too hard on genre cliches, and the result feels recycled. Stray too far, and it can feel disjointed or confusing. The art is in the balance, respecting the form while bending it just enough to create something fresh. Genres evolve, too. The action films of the 1980s look nothing like those of today. Science fiction has moved from alien invasions to intimate explorations of humanity and ethics. Blending genres like horror comedy or sci-fi create entirely new experiences. And those blurred lines often lead to the most memorable stories. For audiences, genre acts as a compass. It helps us choose what to engage with based on the kind of emotional or intellectual ride we're looking for. For creators, it's a signal: this is what I'm offering, and here's how it will feel. Genre isn't a box, it's a bridge, a shared understanding between storyteller and listener. Contrast. Contrast is what gives definition to everything we experience. It's how we notice what matters. Whether it's a burst of color against a plain background or a whisper in the middle of loud chatter, our brains are wired to seek out differences. Without contrast, the world blends into sameness. Nothing stands out. It's contrast that creates focus in design. It clarifies and organizes information. A black font on a white page is easy to read because the difference between light and dark is strong. But if that text were a pale gray on a white background, it would feel washed out and harder to absorb. The same rule applies to shapes, sizes, spacing. One large item among many small ones instantly catches your eye, not because it's better, but because it's different. Beyond visuals, contrast plays a huge role in music and storytelling. A sudden drop in a song feels more powerful after a slow, steady build. A calm scene in a movie makes a chaotic one feel even more intense. Joy feels brighter when it follows hardships. Without those ups and downs, the emotional impact flattens. In ideas and conversations, contrast brings clarity. When two characters take opposing stances, one cautious, the other bold, their traits sharpen in the comparison. It's not that one view is right, but that both are defined more clearly in the light of their differences. Even in our daily lives, contrast is a constant filter. A cold breeze feels sharper after a hot day. A quiet room feels sacred after noise. We don't just notice things in isolation. We feel them in relation to what came before. It's that relational quality that gives contrast its power. It helps us prioritize, make choices, and form memories. In every form, visual, emotional, intellectual, contrast is the element that gives shape to our experience. Framing. Framing isn't about changing facts. It's about changing how we see them. The way something is presented can shift how it feels, even when the content remains the same. Say you're told, that a food product is 90% fat-free versus hearing that it contains 10% fat. Technically, both are true, but one feels lighter, healthier. That shift in impression comes from framing. At its heart, framing is context. It's the mental angle we attach to information. And because our brains like shortcuts, because we interpret before we analyze, framing has enormous power in shaping opinions, emotions, and decisions. Marketers use it, politicians lean on it, and headlines often depend on it. A protest might be described as civil unrest or as a movement for justice. Each frame paints the same event in a different light, leading audiences to entirely different judgments. In psychology, this effect shows up in decision-making. People tend to react more positively to something framed as a potential gain than to the same thing presented as a possible loss. A treatment with a 70% success rate seems hopeful. The same treatment with a 30% failure rate raises doubt. It's not the numbers that shift, just the emphasis. In business, framing determines whether a product is seen as a tool, a luxury, or a necessity. It's all about the story we build around a thing, the lens we use to understand its place in our lives. And in personal communication, framing influences how we give feedback, how we resolve conflict, how we present ourselves. A critique can be framed as guidance or as attack. The intent may not change, but the impact often does. What makes framing so influential is that it usually works below the surface. We're rarely aware it's happening, yet it steers our thoughts all the same. That's why recognizing framing matters. It helps us ask better questions, look deeper, and resist being swayed by style over substance. Because, in the end, how something is framed often shapes what we believe about it, even more than the thing itself. Rhythm. Rhythm is the thread that ties our experiences together. It's not just in music, it's in motion, language, and life itself. We feel it when we walk, breathe, or glance at a clock. It's how time becomes structured. In music, rhythm gives form to sound. It's the underlying beat, the pulse that keeps everything aligned. Without rhythm, melody loses shape, instruments lose unity, and emotion loses timing. But rhythm isn't confined to sound. In language, it's what gives a speech its power. The pauses, the pacing, the rising and falling cadence, these elements influence how we absorb and react to words. A well-timed silence can land harder than a shout. In writing, poetic meter and sentence flow, draw us in or let us drift. Visual rhythm, too, guides the eye. Designers use repetition and spacing to create movement on a page or canvas, helping us know where to look, when to pause, and how to feel. In life, rhythm defines our routines. There's a flow to working and resting, focusing and relaxing. When those rhythms are in sync, things feel manageable, even satisfying. But when they're off, even simple tasks can feel overwhelming. What makes rhythm resonate is its balance of repetition and variation. One that's too erratic becomes confusing. The magic lies in the tension between pattern and surprise. Ultimately, rhythm is how we turn moments into motion. It transforms chaos into flow. It keeps us grounded while letting us move forward. Whether in a song, a sentence, or a day, rhythm helps us feel connected to time, to energy, and to meaning. Melody. Melody is the soul of music. It's the part that lingers long after the sound fades. The tune we hum without effort, the emotional thread we follow without even thinking. More than rhythm or harmony. Melody is what we remember. It's how music speaks to us personally, directly, and wordlessly. At its most basic, a melody is just a series of notes, but it's not the notes alone that matter. It's the shape they form and the way they move. A melody can climb, slowly building a sense of hope. It can drop, creating a feeling of sadness or reflection. It can jump unexpectedly or drift smoothly. These shifts create a kind of musical narrative, full of emotion and intention. We often don't realize how naturally we respond to this. Our minds are wired to anticipate where a melody might go, to feel the tension when it strays, and to relax when it resolves. What makes melody powerful is its ability to tell a story without words. It carries emotion that doesn't need translation. That's why melodies cross cultures and generations. A folk tune from centuries ago can still feel fresh. The emotional structure of melody, its rise and fall, its pacing and pull connects us instinctively. Melody is also deeply personal. The same tune can evoke joy in one listener and nostalgia in another. It becomes part of our memories linked to places, people, and moments in time. In that way, melody isn't just part of music, it's part of how we remember, how we feel, and how we connect. It slips beneath thought and speaks directly to the emotional core. And that's what gives it lasting power, not just in sound, but in the spaces between. Representation. Representation is how we make the vast, chaotic world understandable. It's the process of turning something complex, layered, or abstract into a form we can recognize, name, and navigate. Whether it's a roadmap that simplifies a sprawling city into colored lines, a photograph that captures just one moment in time, or a word that stands in for a rich human experience, representation helps us shrink reality into something manageable. These tools, symbols, images, signs, and language act as stand-ins. They don't give us the full picture. Instead, they offer selective glimpses that serve specific purposes. A subway map, for example, doesn't show every street or building. It doesn't need to. Its purpose is to show where trains go, not how the world looks. The same is true for diagrams, charts, or even emojis. They help us translate reality into something usable. But in doing so, they always leave something out. And that's where representation becomes powerful and complicated. Every act of representation involves choice, what to include, what to leave behind. A graph can make a pattern clear, but it might also hide an important detail. A news photo can evoke emotion, but strip away context. A word can summarize a feeling, but not convey the full story behind it. These decisions shape how we think. They influence what we notice, what we question, and what we ignore. More than just tools of communication, representations can shape identity and possibility. Seeing yourself in a story, on a screen, in a classroom, it signals that you belong, that your story matters. And when that presence is missing, it can send a quieter, more damaging message. Representation affects not only how we understand the world, but how we understand ourselves within it. It's not just a mirror, it's a filter. It can reflect reality, distort it, or create an entirely new version of it. Ultimately, representation is more than communication. It's about power, perception, and the way we build meaning. We don't just use it to describe the world. We use it to decide what the world is and what it could become. Plot. Plot is the thread that ties a story together. Without it, You just have scenes moments floating without direction. But with plot, those moments gain momentum. They lead somewhere. They create a path. Plot is what transforms a sequence of actions into a story that makes sense, one where every choice and consequence builds toward something larger. At its simplest, a plot follows a chain. Something happens, and because of that, something else happens. It's cause and effect. A character makes a decision. That decision has consequences, and those consequences create new challenges. This forward movement is what keeps readers turning pages or viewers leaning in. It's not just about what happens, it's about why it matters. Conflict is the engine of any plot. It creates tension and raises the stakes. A character facing a rival, a natural disaster, society's expectations, or their own fears is pushed to act. Conflict reveals character, and it's the force that drives the story forward. Without conflict, there's no reason to grow, no reason to struggle, no reason for the story to exist. But plot isn't just action, it's transformation. A good story doesn't leave the characters unchanged. As the plot unfolds, the characters evolve. They learn, fail, succeed, or break. They become someone different than who they were at the start. That journey, internal as well as external, is what makes a plot satisfying. It gives the reader not just entertainment, but meaning. We don't only encounter plots in fiction. We build them in our minds all the time. We create stories to explain our own lives, how we got here, what shaped us, where we're going. We connect the dots of our past and try to predict our future. Understanding how plot works helps us understand not only stories, but ourselves. Because just like characters in a novel, we're always somewhere along our own storyline. Character is what brings a story to life. Without characters, a plot is just events. But with characters, those events matter. They have emotion, they have stakes. Characters are the heart of any story, not because they drive the action, but because they give it meaning. We don't just want to know what happened. We want to know who it happened to and why it matters to them. A character is more than a name or a role. It's someone with desires, fears, beliefs, and flaws. These inner forces shape their choices. A brave character charges into danger. A cautious one hangs back. One person might lie to protect someone. Another might risk honesty and face the fallout. What makes these choices compelling is not the action itself, but what it reveals about the person making it. And characters aren't static. The best ones change. They grow, collapse, learn, or harden. Their experiences in the story shape who they become. Maybe they find courage they didn't know they had. Maybe they realize they were wrong. Maybe they don't change at all. That choice says something to this transformation, or resistance to it, is what gives a story emotional weight. Characters also create structure. The obstacles they face, the decisions they make, these are what move the plot forward. Conflict arises when their goals clash with other characters, with the world, or with themselves. And because we see the world through their eyes, their perspective shapes how we interpret the events of the story. A crisis seen by a child feels different than the same crisis seen by a soldier or a thief. Characters are how we connect. Even in nonfiction or real life, we build stories around people. We watch what they do, look for patterns, and try to understand their motivations. Whether it's a friend, a stranger, or a fictional hero, Character helps us make sense of behavior and emotion. It's how we understand others and, sometimes, how we understand ourselves. Setting is more than a background. It's the world. The story lives in the time, the place, the rules. It tells us not just where we are, but what's possible here. A setting can be as specific as a city street in the 1980s, or as abstract as a dreamscape filled with shifting laws of gravity. Wherever it lands, setting sets the stage for everything that happens. At the surface level, setting includes geography, climate, and time period. But it also includes culture, technology, politics, and emotion. A war zone carries a weight that shapes every choice a character makes. A quiet small town might hide tension behind its calm surface. The setting informs what kind of story can unfold and what kinds of characters are shaped within it. Characters and setting constantly influence each other. A person raised in harsh conditions might grow resilient or bitter. Drop that same person into luxury, and you'll see different sides of them emerge. The setting pressures the character, tests them, reveals them. And just as characters are shaped by their surroundings, they also push back. They change their world. A new mayor changes the city. A rebellious teen alters the energy of a household. Setting also defines stakes. A decision made in a totalitarian regime carries different risks than the same decision in a democracy. A relationship in a closed society might face challenges it wouldn't elsewhere. These layers add tension and richness to the narrative. They make the story feel real, lived in, complex, and specific. In the best stories, setting isn't just a backdrop. It becomes a force of its own. It's the mood you feel even when nothing is happening. It's the weight in the air, the silence before the storm. Understanding setting means understanding more than just where something happens. It means seeing how place and time shape every word, every glance, and every choice. Performance. Performance is what happens when preparation collides with the intensity of the present moment. It's more than just delivering lines, scoring goals, or presenting data. It's the art of rising to the occasion when eyes are watching and outcomes are uncertain. Whether it's an actor on stage, an athlete under the lights, or a speaker facing a crowd, performance is that fragile intersection where everything you've practiced must now come alive, under pressure, in real time. At its core, performance is action done for an audience. That audience might be one person or thousands, but their presence changes everything. It adds weight, tension, and energy. Something that feels routine in private can become electrifying or terrifying when people are watching. Suddenly, timing matters more. Every gesture is amplified. Every word carries consequence. Great performers don't just deliver rehearsed content. They respond, they adjust, they read the mood of the room and reshape their delivery in the moment. They're not just acting, they're connecting. That connection, that real-time feedback loop, is what separates performance from practice. It's not just about execution, it's about presence. And performance isn't limited to sports or the arts. It shows up in everyday life, in job interviews, courtroom debates, classroom presentations, or even during difficult personal conversations. Anytime we step into a role and act intentionally in front of others, we're performing. We juggle honesty with impression, pressure with poise. It's a test of self-control and self-awareness. What gives performance its edge is its impermanence. It's here and then it's gone. You can record a moment, but you can't recreate its energy. The risk, the stakes, the silence before the line is spoken or the ball is kicked, those things can't be replicated after the fact. That's what makes a great performance memorable. It was real once, and only once. In the end, performance is a moment of exposure. It reveals what's been rehearsed and what hasn't. It shows how someone handles stress and how they deliver meaning when it matters most. It's one of the clearest windows into a person's ability to translate preparation into impact. Seeing the front. Most decisions are made at a distance from offices, meeting rooms, or digital dashboards. But the best decisions often begin somewhere else, at the front. Seeing the front means going directly to where things are actually happening. It's about stepping away from summaries and filtered updates, and instead experiencing the reality of a situation firsthand. This concept has deep roots in military thinking. A commander who visits the front lines sees things a report can't convey: terrain, morale, weather, urgency. Maps simplify, memos distort, and layers of communication filter truth. But the front tells the real story. In person, nuance is visible. Problems that looked theoretical on paper revealed themselves as concrete, urgent, and often solvable. This principle extends far beyond the battlefield. In business, leaders who spend time on the shop floor or at the customer service desk often learn more than they would from a monthly report. They hear frustration directly, see inefficiencies in motion, and understand their team's daily pressures in a way spreadsheets can't reflect. In healthcare, doctors who follow a patient's entire journey, not just the surgery, but the recovery, the discharge, the home care, spot practical issues that charts miss. Seeing the front also helps neutralize bias. Second-hand information often reflects the interests or fears of whoever's sharing it. Managers want to look successful. Teams want to avoid criticism. Everyone edits, but direct experience cuts through that. It gives leaders unfiltered data, not just numbers, but sights, sounds, and emotions that shape real understanding. Of course, it's not always possible to see everything firsthand, but in moments of high stakes or uncertainty, that first-hand look becomes more valuable than any polished report. It's not about micromanaging, it's about grounding decisions in reality, not assumption. Ultimately, seeing the front isn't just a strategy, it's a mindset. It's the belief that leadership is stronger when it's rooted in experience, not abstraction. When you're close to the action, you're closer to the truth. And that's where smart decisions begin. Asymmetric warfare. Not all conflicts are fought on equal terms. When one side lacks the numbers, firepower, or resources of its opponent, it often doesn't meet force with force. Instead, it adapts. That's the core of asymmetric warfare, a kind of conflict where one side fights with fewer resources but greater creativity, using surprise, speed, and unconventional tactics to level the field. In traditional warfare, opposing forces might meet head-on, using similar tools and tactics. But in asymmetric warfare, the weaker side avoids that direct engagement. Instead, they aim to disrupt, confuse, and exhaust the stronger side. This might involve ambushes, sabotage, misinformation, or cyber attacks. The goal isn't to defeat the enemy in a single decisive battle, it's to make continued fighting too costly, too unpredictable, or too frustrating to continue. This approach often appears in insurgencies, where smaller, decentralized groups take on well-equipped national forces. But asymmetric tactics aren't limited to the battlefield. Protest movements, hackers, even underdog political campaigns use the same logic. Don't play by the rules of the stronger side, change the rules entirely. The power of asymmetric warfare lies in leverage. A single active that might mean damaging infrastructure, swaying public opinion, or forcing a government to shift priorities. The impact isn't about scale, it's about timing, location, and message. Of course, these tactics often raise ethical questions. They're designed to be disruptive and sometimes destructive. But they also reveal something deeper, that power isn't only about size or strength. It's also about strategy, flexibility, and the ability to see opportunity where others see constraint. Asymmetric warfare shows that in any conflict, military, political, or social, the side with fewer resources can still change the outcome. All it takes is a shift in approach and the willingness to think differently about what victory looks like. Two-front war. Fighting a single battle is hard enough. Fighting two at once, on different fronts, against different enemies, is exponentially harder. That's the danger of a two-front war: divided attention, scattered resources, and mounting pressure that pulls a force in opposite directions. History offers clear warnings. One of the most famous examples is Nazi Germany in World War II. By launching a campaign against the Soviet Union while still fighting the Allies in the West, Germany spread itself too thin. Troops were divided, supplies were stretched, and no front received the full support it needed. The result wasn't just difficulty, it was collapse. But this idea extends beyond military history. In business, a company trying to reinvent itself internally while also battling fierce external competition can end up failing at both. In personal life, someone juggling a health crisis and a major career change might find that neither gets the attention it deserves. A two-front war creates overload. It doesn't just challenge focus, it splits. Its core issue is resources. Time, energy, leadership, attention, all of these are limited. When they're divided between multiple high-stakes problems, quality drops, progress slows, mistakes multiply. In some cases, neither battle gets resolved, and both fronts suffer. That's why strategic thinkers often focus on preventing two-front wars in the first place. In global politics, this might mean forming alliances to secure one side while dealing with another. In business, it might mean solving internal dysfunction before launching new projects. In everyday life, it could mean stabilizing personal relationships before pursuing a major risk. The lesson is simple. Concentrated effort wins more battles than scattered effort. And knowing when you're heading toward a two-front war is often the first step in avoiding one. Counterinsurgency. In today's conflicts, some of the most complex and persistent battles don't take place between organized armies, but between states and insurgent forces. This is where counterinsurgency comes in, a strategic approach used to combat insurgents who rely on irregular tactics and blend into civilian populations. Counterinsurgency, often referred to as coin, is not simply about using superior firepower to crush opposition. It's about creating the conditions that prevent rebellion from taking root in the first place. Insurgents typically avoid direct engagements with government forces. They operate in small, mobile units, using ambushes, sabotage, and the cover of local populations to strike unpredictably. Their power lies not in conventional strength, but in mobility, stealth, and influence. They often exploit political dissatisfaction, social inequality, or historical grievances to build support. This makes them difficult to defeat with traditional military strategies, which are designed for open confrontation, not elusive enemies hiding in plain sight. Counterinsurgency responds by widening the battlefield beyond combat. It combines military presence with political, social, and economic engagement. The core idea is simple. If you can deny insurgents the support of the people, you undercut their ability to operate. That might mean building roads and schools, improving government services, providing security, and fostering trust with communities vulnerable to insurgent influence. A well-known example is the U.S. surge in Iraq in 2007, led by General David Petraeus. Rather than relying solely on heavy firepower, troops engaged directly with local populations. They patrolled neighborhoods, built relationships, restored infrastructure, and worked to isolate insurgents by changing the environment that had allowed them to thrive. These actions weren't just symbolic, they shifted the dynamic on the ground. Counterinsurgency is rarely fast or easy. It requires a nuanced understanding of local cultures, histories, and tensions. Mistakes, especially overly aggressive or insensitive actions, can backfire and drive more people into the arms of insurgents. That's why COIN is as much about restraint and diplomacy as it is about strength. The most effective counterinsurgency efforts are those that understand that conflict isn't only fought with bullets, it's fought in schools, clinics, town halls, and marketplaces. Ultimately, counterinsurgency is about shaping the social and political terrain in which insurgency lives. It's not enough to defeat an enemy. The conditions that allowed them to rise must also be changed, because the real battle is often for the trust and allegiance of the people, and winning that is the true path to stability, mutually assured destruction. Imagine two enemies, each with the power to obliterate the other and each knowing that if they strike first, they will still be destroyed in return. That's the unsettling logic behind mutually assured destruction. Or MATA strategy, born from the nuclear tensions of the Cold War, and one that still influences global power dynamics today. At its heart, MAD is a paradox, peace through the promise of total devastation. During the Cold War, both the United States and the Soviet Union developed nuclear arsenals large enough to guarantee that if one launched an attack, the other would have the capability and time to retaliate. This balance of terror created a strange form of stability, since both sides knew that any first strike would result in their own annihilation. Neither dared to act. MAD isn't a plan for winning a war, it's a strategy to prevent one. It relies on deterrence. The threat of catastrophic retaliation keeps both parties in check. Strangely, it creates a form of security based not on trust, but on guaranteed destruction. The very existence of nuclear weapons becomes a force for peace not because of moral restraint, but because the consequences of war are simply too high. But the principles behind MAD extend beyond the military realm. In business, two powerful rivals might avoid a destructive price war, not out of kindness, but because they both know it would hurt them equally. In diplomacy, nations may tolerate certain provocations to avoid tipping a delicate balance. It's a strategic form of restraint, shaped by the knowledge that some conflicts can't be won, only survived. Yet this strategy carries enormous risk. Ma only works if all parties act rationally and maintain clear communication. A misunderstanding, a rogue actor, or a system malfunction could trigger a chain reaction with irreversible consequences. As the technology behind weapons grows more complex, the margin for error shrinks, and the cost of miscalculation skyrockets. Mutually assured destruction is one of the most unsettling but effective strategies ever developed. It holds peace hostage to the fear of total collapse, and in doing so, it forces powerful players to step carefully, because the price of misstep is not just defeat, but obliteration. Trust. Trust is the invisible architecture that supports nearly every human interaction. It's what allows people to navigate a complex world without having to verify every detail or question every action. When you walk into a restaurant, you trust the food is safe. When you board a plane, you trust that the pilot is competent. When you receive a package, you trust it hasn't been tampered with. These small acts of belief make everyday life possible. At its core, trust is a willingness to depend on someone or something without having absolute proof. It's a mental shortcut that lets us make decisions quickly. Without trust, we'd have to check every claim ourselves, investigate every fact, and test every interaction, which would make life practically unmanageable. In personal relationships, trust is built through consistency, honesty, and shared experiences. In society at large, trust is often supported by institutions, systems, and norms. You may not know your pharmacist personally, but you trust the medical board that certified them. You might not meet a software developer, but you trust the app store that vetted their product. But trust is also fragile. Once broken, it's difficult to restore. A company that loses customer trust through a data breach may struggle for years to rebuild its image. A friend who betrays a secret may not be easily forgiven. That's why systems that rely on trust often include mechanisms for transparency, accountability, and verification. These guardrails help prevent abuse and maintain credibility. Importantly, trust is not just about security, also drives progress. Teams that trust one another work faster and more effectively. Businesses that build trust with customers grow more sustainably. Societies with high levels of trust tend to have stronger institutions and more resilient economies. In a world where we can't inspect or control everything ourselves, trust is the foundation that allows us to operate at scale. It's what lets us work with strangers, follow rules, use technology, and participate in a shared economy. Without it, cooperation breaks down. With it, we build everything from families to nations. Bias from incentives. People often think they believe what's true, but in reality, they believe what's useful, especially when it benefits them. This is the essence of bias from incentives. When someone's rewards or penalties are linked to a particular outcome, their thinking often shifts, consciously or not, in that direction. This kind of bias doesn't always stem from malice. In many cases, it's unconscious. A doctor who gets paid more to prescribe a certain medication might genuinely believe it's the best choice. A lawyer may convince themselves their client is innocent, not just for strategic reasons, but because believing that helps them advocate more convincingly. Incentives don't just alter actions, they shape perceptions. This is why conflicts of interest are so dangerous. They don't require dishonesty to do damage. Even intelligent, well-meaning professionals can be subtly swayed when their success, approval, or income depends on believing or promoting something specific. And the stronger the incentive, the harder it becomes to stay objective. Bias from incentives isn't limited to money. Social incentives like praise, belonging, status, or convenience can be just as powerful. A scientist might overlook flaws in their own study because their career depends on publishing results. A manager might downplay bad news to preserve team morale or avoid appearing weak. It means that humans are extremely responsive to the systems they operate within. That's why healthy organizations and institutions build in checks, feedback loops, and transparency. The goal is not just to encourage good behavior, but to structure incentives so that truth and success point in the same direction. Understanding bias from incentives is a critical skill for navigating the modern world. It reminds us to question not just what someone says, but what they stand to gain from saying it. Because even when intentions are good, misaligned incentives can steer good people in the wrong direction often, without them ever noticing. Pavlovian Association. Sometimes you don't remember the meal, but you remember the music playing during it. And now every time that song comes on, you feel unexpectedly hungry or nostalgic. That's Pavlovian Association in action. The term comes from a famous experiment by Ivan Pavlov, who rang a bell before feeding his dogs. Eventually, the dogs began to salivate at the sound alone, even when no food appeared. They had linked the bell to the reward, and their response became automatic, not thoughtful, just reflex. Humans do this constantly. We attach emotions to sounds, smells, visuals, and even environments, often without realizing it. The scent of sunscreen might trigger memories of beach vacations. A phone notification might spark anxiety, not because of the actual message, but because of the stress similar ones have caused in the past. These learned connections can be powerful, shaping how we react to the world around us. This isn't just a psychological curiosity. It's a major force in advertising, politics, and culture. Brands pair their products with certain jingles or imagery to build a feel-good connection. Politicians use specific colors or songs to stir emotional responses. On a personal level, we might avoid places or people based not on present danger, but on past discomfort. These associations form deeply embedded links between stimulus and response, and they don't require conscious thought. Over time, repetition strengthens these patterns. A student might feel anxious walking into a classroom, not because of the current lesson, but because of prior stressful experiences. The trigger-response cycle becomes almost hardwired. Some of these associations are useful. They help us learn quickly and act on instinct. But others can become unhelpful or even harmful, trapping us in old emotional patterns. Understanding Pavlovian association helps us recognize that our reactions aren't always rooted in logic. Sometimes they're just echoes from the past, sparked by a familiar cue. The key is noticing them, because once we're aware, we can begin to separate the cue from the emotion it once carried. Tendency to feel envy and jealousy. Envy doesn't need a formal introduction. It's that sharp, quiet discomfort when someone else gets what you wanted. A raise, recognition, a compliment, a new car. You don't need to hate the person, and you may not wish them harm, but their success casts a shadow over your own, and you feel it. That feeling is ancient. The tendency to feel envy and jealousy is one of humanity's oldest survival traits. In early societies, resources were scarce. If one person had significantly more, whether it was food, status, or mates, it could threaten the well-being of others. So humans developed a sensitivity to inequality. Envy acted like a sensor, alerting us when someone was getting more than their fair share. It pushed us to compete, to strive, and to protect our place within the group. And even in modern times, this reflex still drives behavior. What makes envy powerful is that it thrives on proximity. We rarely envy celebrities or billionaires. We envy coworkers, classmates, neighbors, siblings, people close enough that their success feels like it reflects on us. Their win becomes our comparison point, and often our disappointment. In small doses, envy can be motivating. It can push us to improve, to aim higher, or to take risks we might have avoided. But it also has a darker edge. It can drive us to sabotage others, reject help, resent good fortune, or make decisions based on pride rather than logic. Entire systems, workplaces, communities, even nations can suffer when envy runs unchecked, leading to division, inefficiency, and conflict. Healthy systems don't pretend envy doesn't exist. They acknowledge it, plan for it, and find ways to diffuse it. Fair structures, transparent rewards, and shared success help turn envy into inspiration rather than resentment. Because envy isn't just a feeling, it's a force. And if left unmanaged, it can corrode even the strongest foundations from the inside out. Tendency to distort due to liking or disliking. We like to think our judgments are fair and rational, but often they're filtered through something far more primitive: how we feel about the person involved. If we like someone, we give them the benefit of the doubt. We interpret their actions generously, excuse their mistakes, and amplify their strengths. If we dislike someone, we do the opposite. We judge more harshly, question their motives, and highlight their flaws. This tendency to distort our perceptions based on emotional attachment is deeply human, and it shows up everywhere, from casual conversations to corporate decisions. A manager may favor an underperforming employee simply because they enjoy working with them. A political supporter might dismiss glaring issues in their candidate while exaggerating the flaws of the opposition. It's not that the facts change, it's that our emotional lens does. The distortion isn't always dramatic or obvious. Often, it's subtle. We might remember only the positives about someone we admire and overlook warning signs. Or we might view a neutral action from someone we dislike as evidence of bad intent. Over time, these distortions reinforce themselves. Liking someone makes us see them positively, which reinforces our liking. The same goes for dislike. It becomes a feedback loop that's hard to break. This kind of emotional editing can lead to poor decision-making, fractured relationships, and missed opportunities. A great idea might be dismissed because of who said it. A bad plan might move forward because it came from someone we trust. And because the bias feels natural, we rarely notice it. Recognizing this tendency is a step toward better judgment. It doesn't mean we should suppress our feelings, but we should be aware of when they're clouding our thinking. Because liking or disliking someone shouldn't determine whether we listen to them, trust them, or believe them. The challenge isn't just spotting bias in others, it's learning to question when our own emotions are quietly rewriting the story. Denial. Denial isn't just failing to see the truth, it's actively resisting it, often for emotional survival. At its core, denial is a defense mechanism. When a situation feels overwhelming, frightening, or deeply uncomfortable, the mind sometimes chooses a simpler path. Pretend it isn't happening. Ignore the warning signs. Minimize the consequences. Hope it will go away. This can be conscious or unconscious. A person in deep debt might keep spending as if nothing's wrong. Someone with a serious health symptom might avoid the doctor entirely. A group facing obvious decline might insist that everything's fine. Denial is a way to delay discomfort, but it always comes at a cost. Left unchecked, denial can become dangerous. In addiction, people often deny they have a problem long after the signs are clear. In relationships, denial can keep someone stuck in a toxic dynamic, unwilling to admit how bad it's become. In institutions, denial can spread: leaders avoiding hard truths, employees staying silent, and problems growing quietly in the background. But denial isn't always rooted in weakness. Sometimes it serves a purpose. In extreme situations, disasters, trauma, crisis, denial can buy time. It can help people maintain emotional stability long enough to function. It can delay panic until it's safe to feel it. But when denial becomes permanent, it stops being a shield and starts being a trap. The longer denial lasts, the worse the eventual reckoning becomes. Because truth doesn't vanish, it waits. And when it breaks through, it often demands far more than if we had faced it earlier. That's the irony. Denial feels like protection, but more often it just postpones pain and compounds it. Recognizing denial in ourselves is difficult. It requires courage to see clearly, especially when the truth hurts. But facing reality, however uncomfortable, is the first step toward real progress. Denial can numb us, but only honesty can move us forward. Availability heuristic. A plane crash makes global headlines. Footage loops on TV. People talk about it for days. Despite the fact that air travel remains one of the safest ways to move around, many start feeling uneasy about flying. That's the availability heuristic at work, or mental shortcut, where we judge how likely something is based on how easily it comes to mind. The brain doesn't sort through all data when making quick decisions. It picks what's recent, vivid, or emotionally intense. If something is easier to recall, we believe it happens more often. It's efficient, but it distorts how we see risk and probability. Rare events like shark attacks or plane crashes feel common because they're memorable. More frequent but less dramatic events like heart disease or traffic accidents don't get the same attention, so we underestimate them. This bias isn't just personal. It's used in marketing, politics, and media. A catchy ad or emotional story can shape decisions more than a mountain of quiet facts. Politicians repeat strong sound bites, not because they're accurate, but because they're sticky. Even our view of people can be skewed by one intense moment that overshadows everything else. The availability heuristic helps the brain manage complexity, but it leads to predictable errors. What stands out feels true, even if it isn't. Recognizing this pattern helps us step back and ask, is this just memorable, or is it actually common? Failure to account for base rates. A man walks into a hospital with fatigue, dizziness, and a fast heartbeat. The doctor worries about a rare heart disorder, but odds are the man is just dehydrated or anxious. That's where a common mental error appears. Failure to account for base rates. Base rates are the background odds, the statistical likelihood of something before adding new details. When we ignore them, we fall into base rate neglect. It happens when we focus too much on specific information and ignore how common or rare a possibility is in the general population. Say you meet a student who's quiet and loves books. You might guess they're studying literature, but statistically, they're more likely to be in business or healthcare. The traits may fit the story, but they don't match the broader numbers. We jump to what feels right, not what's most likely. This bias shows up in medicine, finance, hiring, and more. Investors might overestimate a startup's potential based on its founder's charisma, while ignoring how most startups fail. Courts may misjudge risk by focusing on the details of a case, not the larger patterns. The brain isn't wired for probability. We're built for stories, not statistics. But without base rates, we end up chasing exceptions and ignoring patterns. Balancing individual cases with general odds leads to better decisions, not because stories don't matter, but because context does. Tendency to stereotype. You meet someone and within seconds, your brain starts guessing where they're from, what they believe, how they'll act. You don't have proof, just a feeling. That's stereotyping in action. It's a shortcut. The brain groups people based on past experiences, cultural narratives, or visual cues. It helps save effort, especially in quick or uncertain situations. But what works with patterns, like expecting red apples to taste similar, doesn't translate cleanly to people. People are complex. Stereotypes flatten that complexity into simple, often misleading categories. Stereotyping isn't always rooted in hate. Sometimes it's just efficiency. But that doesn't make it harmless. It affects hiring, policing, relationships without us realizing it. It can make us ignore context, miss nuance, and treat individuals as symbols rather than people. The biggest problem isn't always being wrong. It's not questioning whether we are. A stereotype might guess someone's job from their clothes, but say nothing about their intelligence or integrity. When we stop checking our assumptions, we act on them, and that has consequences. Stereotyping will always be part of how our minds process the world. But awareness gives us a choice to slow down when it matters. Not every snap judgment needs correcting, but when people are involved, pausing can make all the difference. Failure to see false conjunctions. You hear a profile of someone named Linda Smart, outspoken, passionate about justice, involved in social causes. Then comes the question, is she more likely to be a bank teller, or a bank teller and a feminist? Most people pick the second option. It fits the story, but statistically, it's wrong. This is the failure to see false conjunctions, believing a specific combination of traits is more probable than a broader, simpler one. Known through the Linda problem, it reveals a basic flaw in human reasoning. The chance of two things being true together, bank teller and feminist, is always less than or equal to the chance of just one bank teller. But when the added detail feels vivid or logical, we ignore the math. We see this in everyday thinking. A person who's hardworking and charismatic seems more likely to succeed than someone who's just hardworking. A suspect involved in a crime feels more guilty when we add layers to the narrative even if those layers reduce the actual probability. The reason this happens is simple. Our brains prefer stories to statistics. A well-matched tale feels more convincing than a vague but more likely one. We lean into coherence, not logic. Understanding this bias means learning to pause before embracing the option that makes the most sense emotionally. Just because a story sounds complete doesn't mean it's the most likely one. The truth is often simpler than we want it to be. Social proof. Imagine walking down a street and noticing everyone staring at the sky. Without knowing why, you find yourself looking up to. That's social proof in action, the subtle but powerful tendency to follow the crowd when we're uncertain. We lean on others' behavior as a signal for how to act, what to believe, or how to feel. It's not about laziness, it's an ancient survival mechanism. Throughout history, sticking with the group has offered safety. In unfamiliar or ambiguous situations, the brain figures it's better to trust what others are doing than go it alone. That's why a crowded restaurant feels more trustworthy than an empty one, and why long lines can make us believe something's worth waiting for even if we don't know what it is. Advertisers and marketers have long mastered this instinct. Labels like best-selling, most loved, or top-rated are all designed to tap into our trust of the crowd. Reviews and testimonials aren't just information, they're social signals. When others approve, we feel safer joining in, and it works. But like every mental shortcut, social proof has its blind spots. It can lead us astray. Think of viral misinformation, panic buying, or mass hysteria situations where people follow others without critical thought. These moments show how group behavior isn't always rational. Sometimes it amplifies mistakes. When no one stops to question what's happening, the crowd can move in a dangerous direction. Social proof isn't about blindly copying others. It's about efficiency in a world full of noise. Most of the time, it saves energy and protects us. But knowing how it works allows us to hit pause when needed. Just because everyone's doing something doesn't mean it's smart. Sometimes the wisest choice is to step back and ask, do I trust the crowd or just fear being left out? Narrative instinct. Humans don't just notice events, we shape them into stories. This isn't a habit, it's the narrative instinct, the brain's natural drive to connect dots, build structure, and create meaning. We take fragments of reality and tie them into beginnings, middles, and ends. Even raw facts feel incomplete until we wrap them in a storyline. From childhood, our brains learn through stories, fairy tales, histories, even everyday conversations. They all follow a narrative form. It helps us remember, relate, and make predictions. If someone just lists facts, we forget them. But if those facts are told through characters and conflict, they stick. This instinct is powerful, and we use it constantly, often without realizing it. Say a friend cancels plans. You don't just accept the fact they canceled. You build a story. Maybe they're upset, maybe avoiding you. Even without full context, our minds create cause and effect to make sense of what happened. And we do this everywhere, from explaining political events to judging a stranger's facial expression. Narratives are how cultures preserve knowledge, how religions form, how nations build identities. Brands use stories to connect with values, and social movements rise by framing heroes, villains, and missions. But there's a catch. Our love of stories can blur truth. We crave coherence, so we simplify, invent motives, or skip randomness to force things to make sense. The narrative instinct isn't bad, it's essential. It makes us human. But being aware of it helps us separate satisfying stories from honest ones. When we recognize that much of life is shaped by storytelling, we gain the power to question it, refine it, or choose not to follow the script at all. Curiosity, instinct. There's a noise behind the door, slight, unexplained. You can't help it to lean in. That urge to know, to explore, to fill in the blank. That's curiosity. And it's not just a fleeting feeling. It's the curiosity instinct, the brain's built-in engine that drives us to seek answers, ask questions, and venture into the unknown. Unlike fear or hunger, curiosity doesn't serve an immediate survival purpose, but it's just as essential for long-term growth. It begins early. Kids ask endless why questions, not to annoy but because their brains are sculpting the world. They're not just learning, they're programming how to think. And adults never truly stop. Science, philosophy, and innovation all begin the same way, with a question, with something that doesn't quite fit. That tension between what we know and what we don't creates a mental itch hand. We're wired to scratch it. But not all puzzles are equal. We're most drawn to those that challenge us just enough. Too simple, and we get bored. Too hard, and we give up. That's why cliffhangers work. Why a missing detail keeps us reading. Why marketing headlines often ask questions rather than give answers. It's why a detective story hooks us more than a textbook. Our brains are wired not for answers, but for the chase. Curiosity isn't just about knowledge, it fuels creativity, adaptability, and innovation. It pushes us to leave comfort zones, rethink assumptions, and imagine what doesn't yet exist. It's one of the few instincts that the more we feed it, the more powerful it becomes. Language instinct. By the time a child is 3, they're speaking in full sentences. No formal lessons, no grammar books. That's the language instinct, the brain's built-in ability to acquire complex language almost effortlessly, simply through exposure. This idea, championed by linguists like Noam Chomsky and Steven Pinker, suggests that language isn't just a cultural tool, it's a biological one. We're born ready to build it. The specifics, vocabulary, accent, rules come from our surroundings, but the deeper structure, the capacity to form grammar and syntax, is hardwired. Children raised in wildly different environments still develop full language systems, spoken or syntax, long as they're exposed early. Even deaf children who aren't taught a formal sign language often invent one of their own, complete with grammatical rules. That reveals something striking. Language structure doesn't have to be taught. It emerges. This instinct is what allows us to communicate infinite ideas using a limited set of words. We describe things we've never seen, explain abstract theories, argue hypotheticals, and share humor full of layered meaning. Language isn't just how we express thought, it's often how we form thought. The language instinct lies at the heart of human cooperation, storytelling, persuasion, and culture. Without it, civilizations wouldn't function, and yet we often take it for granted. Recognizing language as an instinct reminds us how profoundly wired we are to connect, and how every sentence we speak is proof of something deeper happening in the mind. First, conclusion bias. We tend to put a lot of trust in our first impressions. Once we reach an initial conclusion about something, whether it's a person, an idea, or a situation, it tends to stick more firmly than we realize. This mental shortcut is known as first conclusion bias, and it's one of the most common ways our brain simplifies decision-making. When we're faced with new information or a problem, the brain looks for the simplest explanation that makes sense quickly. Once we latch on to something that feels correct, our mind stops searching. That early conclusion becomes a mental anchor, and everything that follows is filtered through that initial judgment. It's efficient, yes, but it can also lock us into false assumptions. For example, imagine you misplace your phone. Your first thought, someone must have stolen it. From that moment on, your brain starts collecting evidence to support that idea, ignoring other possibilities, like maybe you left it in the car. This kind of bias can lead to serious errors in more critical contexts. A manager might label an employee as lazy after one missed deadline, even if that employee has a record of strong performance. A doctor might diagnose a condition based on early symptoms and resist revising it even when new symptoms show up. The reason this happens is partly emotional. The brain gets a sense of reward from solving something it feels good to figure things out. That satisfaction discourages further questioning. In effect, it creates cognitive inertia, mental version of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But when it is broke or incomplete, it can lead us down the wrong path. Overcoming this bias doesn't require complicated tools. It just takes practice in stepping back and asking, what else could explain this? Pausing to consider other possibilities or look for evidence that challenges our initial belief can lead to more accurate, thoughtful conclusions. The first explanation might not always be wrong, but it's rarely the whole story. Learning to second-guess that first instinct can help us make smarter decisions in every area of life. Tendency to overgeneralize from small samples. You try a new restaurant, have one bad meal, and decide never to return. Sound familiar? That's an example of our brain's tendency to overgeneralize from small samples, a mental shortcut, where we take a limited experience and treat it as though it represents the entire picture. This happens because generalizing is often useful. If one bee stings you, it's reasonable to assume other bees can too. You don't need 1,000 data points. But the problem arises when this instinct kicks in too quickly or too broadly, especially in situations that are more complex or where randomness plays a bigger role. The root of the issue lies in how we ignore a key principle from statistics, the law of large numbers. This law tells us that we need a large amount of data to reach reliable conclusions. But the human brain often prefers speed over accuracy. We make snap judgments based on a handful of experiences because it feels efficient. Think of a manager interviewing 3 job candidates. If one says something impressive, they might instantly become the favorite, even if the rest of their qualifications are average. Or consider a product that launches and doesn't perform well in the first week. The team may rush to cancel it, despite limited data and poor context. Small samples are easily distorted by luck, mood, or timing. Drawing broad conclusions from them is like trying to judge a book by reading only its first paragraph. This bias also plays a major role in forming stereotypes. Meet a couple of people from a specific background who act a certain way, and the brain might assign that trait to the entire group. It's how mental shortcuts turn into dangerous assumptions. While our brains aren't naturally wired for deep statistical reasoning, we can train ourselves to recognize when a small slice of reality might be misleading. Especially when the stakes are high, it's worth pausing to ask, is this conclusion based on enough information. Does this one example really speak for the whole? Slowing down our thinking in these moments helps us avoid poor decisions built on flimsy evidence. Misery tendencies. A person earning $50,000 a year might feel satisfied till they find out their coworker makes $60,000. Suddenly, what once felt like enough no longer does. This is the psychology of relative satisfaction and misery. It's the idea that our emotions about success, happiness, and well-being are shaped not by absolute outcomes, but by how those outcomes compare to something else, often other people, past experiences, or personal expectations. In most cases, people don't judge their situation in isolation. They use reference points. A promotion might feel exciting less. Everyone else got a bigger one. A B+ grade might seem fine until you hear that everyone else in the class got A's. The feeling of satisfaction or disappointment often has less to do with where we stand and more to do with where we stand relative to others. This comparison-based thinking doesn't just influence feelings of envy. It affects motivation, goal setting, and how we perceive progress. Take two runners. The second-place finisher often feels more disappointed than the third-place finisher, not because they did worse, but because they were closer to the win and didn't get it. Or consider someone who loses 10 pounds but feels defeated because a friend lost 15. Even when life is objectively going well, our comparisons can create unnecessary misery. A person may enjoy their home until they start browsing luxury listings online. Social media amplifies this effect. Constant exposure to curated snapshots of others' success can distort our sense of what's normal and fuel discontent. This tendency also makes it harder to predict what will actually make us happy. We often focus on getting more money, achievements, recognition, without realizing that our satisfaction may depend less on what we gain and more on how we perceive it compared to others. Understanding this pattern helps us better manage our expectations and emotions. It teaches us to question whether our feelings are coming from the gap between ourselves and others, or from the ground we're actually standing on. Recognizing that many emotions stem from comparison can help us reclaim a sense of contentment that's rooted in reality, not reaction. Commitment and consistency bias. You've probably seen someone stick with a bad decision longer than they should just because they already committed to it. That's the commitment and consistency bias in action. It's a well-documented cognitive tendency where people feel internal pressure to remain consistent with their past choices, behaviors, or beliefs. 7. When new evidence suggests it's time to reconsider. Once we make a decision, especially one we've shared publicly or invested effort into, we're more likely to keep going with it. This bias exists because, socially, consistency is seen as a positive trait. Reliable, steady people are easier to trust and cooperate with. Saying one thing and doing another feels like a breach not just of logic, but of identity. But this instinct can override good judgment. Marketers use it all the time. If you sign a petition for a cause, you're more likely to later donate to it. Why? Because that small commitment creates a self-image. I support this, and we try to stay true to that identity by continuing to act accordingly. In everyday life, it's common to excel. Someone might keep pouring time and money into a failing project because they've already invested so much. To walk away feels like admitting defeat, not just in action, but in self-worth. and so they stick with it, even when it's no longer rational. The effect can be even more powerful when paired with first conclusion bias. You reach an early decision and then commit to it too deeply together. These biases create a cognitive trap. You stop looking for new solutions and instead focus on justifying the old one. Understanding this bias isn't just about recognizing when others are being stubborn. It's a tool for reflecting on our own decisions. When we catch ourselves defending something mainly because we already chose it, that's a sign to pause. Being consistent isn't always wise. Sometimes, the bravest move is to change direction. Hindsight bias. It's easy to look back and say, I knew that would happen. But in most cases, we didn't. That confidence after the fact is called hindsight bias. The tendency to believe that an outcome was more predictable than it actually was. Our minds reshape the past, making it feel clearer and more logical than it really was in the moment. This isn't just a memory glitch. It's how our brain tries to make sense of events. Once we know how something ends, we automatically build a story leading up to that result, and the uncertainty we once felt quietly disappears. The brain prefers clean narratives to messy unknowns, so it edits out all the doubts we originally had. Take sports. After a team wins, fans often say, I knew they'd come back. But just hours earlier, those same fans were anxious or doubtful. Hindsight bias erases that emotional tension and replaces it with false confidence. It happens everywhere, from failed products to broken relationships. After things go wrong, people start pointing out all the clear signs that were supposedly there the whole time. In reality, those signs were just part of a much larger, mixed picture. This bias isn't harmless. It leads to overconfidence in future predictions and makes it harder to learn from mistakes. If we convince ourselves we knew it all along, we might ignore what we actually missed and fail to adjust next time. That's why recognizing hindsight bias matters. It helps us stay honest about how uncertain life really is and gives us a more realistic view of how decisions unfold. Sensitivity to fairness. People care deeply about fairness 7 when it comes at a personal cost. This isn't just a learned social value, it's a built-in instinct. Studies show that even toddlers and some animals, like monkeys, respond to unfairness. When fairness is violated, people often react strongly, even if they don't directly gain from correcting the situation. You see this every day. A coworker takes credit for your work. Someone skips the line. A friend always asks for favors, but rarely returns them. Even small imbalances can trigger big emotions because fairness is closely tied to our ideas of justice, equality, and trust. When things feel fair, we cooperate more. When they don't, we shut down or push back. But fairness isn't universal. What one person sees as fair might feel unfair to someone else. In some cultures, fairness means equal division. In others, it's about who worked hardest, who needs more, or who has seniority. That's why fairness disputes escalate quickly. Both sides may believe they're right because their definitions of fairness are shaped by different norms or expectations. In large systems like governments or workplaces, perceived unfairness can cause major conflicts. When people feel cheated, even subtly, trust breaks down fast. But the instinct itself has evolutionary roots. Groups that upheld fairness survived better. They functioned with more cooperation and less resentment. Understanding this sensitivity doesn't just explain our emotional reactions. It helps us see why people often fight hard for what they believe is right, even when there's no personal gain. Fairness isn't just a value, it's a force. Tendency to overestimate consistency of behavior. Someone cuts you off in traffic, and you immediately think they're rude or reckless. But what if they were heading to the hospital? We often jump to character judgments based on one action and then expect that behavior to repeat. This is the tendency to overestimate the consistency of behavior, also known as the fundamental attribution error. We tend to explain people's actions by who they are rather than by the situation they're in. If someone's late to a meeting, we assume they're disorganized, not that they hit unexpected traffic. If they're quiet at a party, we label them shynit, tired, or distracted. Once we form that impression, we expect it to stay true, even when the context changes. In one well-known study, people observed a student performing tasks and quickly formed opinions about their personality. Later, when the student behaved differently in a new situation, observers were surprised as if personality should always override context, but it doesn't. Human behavior shifts with mood, stress, environment, and goals. We do this with coworkers, friends, celebrities, even strangers online. One post or one mistake can lock someone into a fixed image. But people aren't consistent machines. They adapt to what's around them just like we do. Recognizing this bias can help us make more generous, accurate judgments. Instead of assuming we know someone based on one moment, we can leave space for complexity. People change, and so do situations. Influence of stress. Stress doesn't just affect how we feel, changes how we think. Under pressure, your body floods with stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. Your heart beats faster, your muscles tighten, and without you realizing it, your brain shifts gears. In these moments, the brain moves from slow, thoughtful analysis to fast, instinctive reaction. Psychologists call this a shift from System 2 to System 1 thinking. That's helpful in emergencies like dodging danger, but in everyday life, it often backfires. Stress amplifies cognitive biases. It makes us more likely to stereotype, to stick with our first conclusion, to fall back on habits of when those habits don't help. That's why decisions made under pressure are often poor, not because people don't care, but because stress narrows mental bandwidth. Think of someone giving a public speech while extremely anxious. Their voice shakes. They forget key points. They misread the audience not due to lack of skill, but because stress hijacks their ability to adapt in real time. Elite professionals, like pilots, athletes, or emergency responders, train to handle this. Through repetition, they build automatic responses that work under stress. But most people don't have that training, and so stress magnifies their mental blind spots. Stress doesn't create bias, it multiplies what's already there. That's why understanding its effects is so important in leadership, relationships, and self-awareness. Recognizing how stress shapes our thoughts helps us build better systems and make better decisions when it matters most. Survivorship bias. Most success stories leave out something important, the failures we never hear about. This is the essence of survivorship bias. It occurs when we pay attention only to the people or things that made it through a process, while ignoring everything that didn't. That missing information can lead to flawed thinking, especially when we try to learn from outcomes. A well-known example comes from World War II. Analysts examined returning planes covered in bullet holes and aimed to reinforce the most damaged spots. But statistician Abraham Wald realized something critical. They were only looking at planes that survived. The areas with no bullet holes were the real danger zones, because when those parts were hit, the planes didn't return. Survivorship bias is common in business too. People highlight stories of billionaires who dropped out of college and became wildly successful. This makes it tempting to think that dropping out is a smart move. But for every one of those rare successes, there are countless dropouts who never made it. We don't hear about them. The visible data is skewed toward those who survived. The same thing happens in fitness, investing, and self-help. We study winners and assume their actions led to success, but often others followed the same strategies and failed. Their stories don't get told, and that silence creates the illusion that success is simple, repeatable, and always within reach if we just copy the winners. Survivorship bias makes it easy to draw wrong conclusions. To truly understand what works and what doesn't, we need the full picture, including the failures, outliers, and quiet missteps that never made the headlines. Without that, we're not learning from the system, we're just learning from the lucky. Tendency to want to do something. When something goes wrong, our first instinct is usually to do something, anything. This reaction isn't always logical. It's part of how we're wired. Psychologists call this the action bias, or more simply, the tendency to want to do something. It surfaces when we feel helpless or uncertain, and it's why people often take action just to feel a sense of control, even if the action doesn't help. This shows up clearly in sports. Studies of soccer goalkeepers during penalty kicks reveal that they almost always dive to one side. But data shows that staying in the center is often the better strategy. Still, most goalkeepers move. Why? Because doing nothing feels wrong. Inaction feels like failure, even when it's the best choice. The same behavior appears elsewhere. In meetings, a problem comes up, and people start offering solutions if no one fully understands the issue. In politics, leaders are often pressured to act quickly, even before all the facts are in, just to appear decisive. And in personal life, when someone we love is struggling, we may rush to fix things, even when they just needed someone to listen. This drive to act is tied to our desire for control. Taking action makes us feel like we're doing something, not just watching from the sidelines. But the truth is, not every situation requires more input, more effort, or more movement. Some problems benefit more from reflection, patience, or simply waiting. Understanding this tendency doesn't mean we should never act. It means we should know why we're acting. Sometimes, the smartest choice is deliberate inaction. Taking a breath before doing something gives us space to respond with clarity, not just urgency. Falsification, confirmation bias. We all enjoy being right. It feels good. It gives us comfort and confidence. But it also shapes how we process information, often in ways we don't notice. This is where confirmation bias comes in, the tendency to seek out evidence that supports what we already believe, and to overlook or dismiss what contradicts it. For example, if you believe a certain diet is effective, you're more likely to notice stories and studies that support it. You might ignore evidence that says otherwise. This isn't deliberate dishonesty. It's just how the brain saves energy by sticking with what's familiar. But this shortcut can create real blind spots. This is why science is built on something different: falsification. Instead of asking how we can prove we're right, science asks how we might be wrong. A scientific claim must be testable in a way that could prove it false. If you can't imagine a condition that would make the claim fail, it's not a scientific idea, it's a belief. Its predictions are vague enough to match almost any outcome. Since nothing can really disprove it, it becomes unfalsifiable, not open to true testing. In contrast, a strong scientific hypothesis is one that risks being wrong. That's what makes it powerful when it holds up under pressure. Confirmation bias isn't just a mental glitch. It's a major reason behind bad decisions, rigid beliefs, and false certainty. Recognizing it helps us become better thinkers. It's not about giving up on beliefs. It's about building beliefs that can survive challenge. Asking tough questions, seeking disconfirming evidence, and being open to being wrong isn't just for scientists. It's a valuable mindset for anyone trying to navigate a world full of noise, uncertainty, and complexity.